turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. You have slain an enemy. Rampage. You have slain an
Today, a $7 billion money laundering service just got shut down by the United States. Many crypto advocates say this is an attack against their privacy, while crypto skeptics say it's about time. As for my opinion, I'm torn about Tornado Cash. Let me explain. Tornado Cash is a website and smart contract that would describe itself as a privacy tool. Many people like myself who investigate fraud, though, have seen it used primarily as a money laundering tool. But what's the truth? Well, Tornado Cash is a bit of code that has one job. It takes your money in and hides where it's going. It does this by mixing it together with a bunch of other people's money, thereby making it untraceable. Hence why Tornado Cash is called a crypto mixer, which obviously, if you're a criminal, sounds very appealing. Because think about it. On a blockchain where everything is traceable and public, Tornado Cash represents a break in that chain, which is why anytime there's a hack, like for example, the $620 million Axie Infinity hack, you'll usually hear the name Tornado Cash getting thrown around because that's how criminals hide their funds. And because it's used by criminals so much, the US Treasury put Tornado Cash on a special list called the SDN list, which is the ultimate ban list. It's what Russian oligarchs go on, the ultimate blacklist at a party, except that party is the global financial system. And what it means is that everyone's forbidden from interacting with people or things on this list, which means if you now send money to Tornado Cash, you could be liable as a criminal and be put in jail for up to 30 years. And so far, all of this makes sense, right? Who doesn't want to put the bad guys away and stop them? But what makes this story very tricky is that while the US government implies that only criminals use Tornado Cash, that just isn't true. Anyone who wants to conceal their money might want crypto mixers, and it isn't just the bad guys. In fact, according to Chainalysis, 10% of the funds sent to Tornado Cash were stolen. Another 17% came from sanctioned sources, which probably is a bit conservative. But even so, that means that 27% of these funds are essentially criminal, but then the rest, a lot of it, is not criminal. So why would a normal person need to use Tornado Cash? Well, assuming most of us are past the fifth grader argument of if you have nothing to hide, why do you need privacy? It basically boils down to wanting the government and society out of your house, your life, and of course, your money. Which is why there are many pro-privacy arguments to be made in favor of Tornado Cash and why it was helpful. Like just ask yourself, assuming a crypto future where everything is on chain, do you really want anyone to be able to see everything you buy? Do you really want that anime body pillow to be public information? Do you want your donation to a dissident political figure to be public? Do we really think that governments can always be trusted? Obviously, the answer to all of those is no. So now that we've gone over the negatives and positives of crypto mixers, what do we do? Well, the answers aren't easy because while crypto used to be the Wild Wild West, if you actually expect regular people and grandmas to use it, you have to take the scam and fraud problem really seriously. And Tornado Cash is a huge part of that problem. You can't just expect the government to sit back and watch as billions of dollars get sent through untraceable pools of money. So there's a balance I think we're heading for, like it or not. And to be honest, it's not perfect, but here it is. You fundamentally need the government to be able to investigate crime, and you also need privacy for your citizens. But ultimately, this is not a binary, it's a balance, because this doesn't work if it goes too far in either direction. If the government can just surveil people all the time, theoretically they could fight crime perfectly. But nobody wants a surveillance state. And on the other extreme, if the government could never investigate a crime because everyone had maximum privacy, crime rates would skyrocket, and nobody wants that future either. So the balance has to be a reasonable expectation of privacy, but if you're implicated in a crime, law enforcement has to be able to investigate it. And this is already how most of the world works. Your banks, for example, the government can't just search your accounts. They need evidence and they need a warrant. So you have a reasonable expectation to privacy, but it's not perfect privacy. And that's sort of the problem with Tornado Cash, is that it's too good at its job. There are no warrants available for Tornado Cash, no investigation tools, nothing that can trace funds sent through a mixer. That money is gone, even if you can 100% prove that it was stolen, which is why I think the banning of Tornado Cash was inevitable, like it or not. The dream of perfect privacy just can't coexist in a world where criminals will abuse that perfect privacy for fraud and scams. Now, right as I was gonna finish this video, I did discover a final M. Night Shyamalan twist to this whole saga. The users of Tornado Cash have started to get a little sassy and started sending tiny amounts of ETH to a ton of wallets, including famous wallets like Jimmy Fallon, Steve Aoki, and Logan Paul, presumably to make it so difficult to figure out who's the real money launderers that it becomes impossible to implicate anyone. Now, will all these crypto influencers go to jail for 30 years for this? No, obviously not, but it is pretty funny. And it shows that they can take away your right to buy an anime body pillow in private. They can take away your right to money launder in private, but they can never take away your sense of humor about it.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
you guys doing? Alright, let's start. Can you hear me? Ruby. Let me know if you can hear me or not. Hello everybody. I hope everybody is well. Yeah. So before I get into it, just let me know in the comments if you can hear me well. I think we should be okay. Yeah, let me know. And then we'll jump into it, and then we'll do a little Q&A. So hope everybody is well. Let's see what we got. Good evening, Kevin. How are ya? Good. Hello, Marco. Lisa, how are ya? Yo. All right, good. Indeed, of course. I'm good. I'm very good. I hope everything is good with you. Your mic is on. Good. All right, so it's okay. It sounds good. Okay, good. All right, I'm good. I hope everybody is well. Thanks for coming to the stream. So let's just jump into it, and then we'll do a little Q&A. So somebody asked me about the Carbon programming language. I don't have much to say about it right now because it's such a new thing, but I'll just give you my quick 2 cents. If you guys know me, you know what I'm going to say about the Carbon programming language. Let's just jump into it. So, pulling up this piece on Medium, Google's new programming language called Carbon. Google introduced Carbon as a successor to C++. Anyway, you can look at the URL right here if you want to go look at it. Essentially, the guy talks about how languages have had replacements. So he talked about how, Swift in Apple World replaced Objective-C. Kotlin is kind of the new Java. TypeScript, the successor of JavaScript, etc. So, Carbon is basically Google's new language, and it's hopefully, Google's hope is that it will replace C++ at some point. So, there's an official GitHub page. You go check that out, of course, right here. There it is. It's open source, so you can check it out if you want. C++ has a very particular use case. It's a general purpose language, very highly performant, very fast, but it's a lot of work to get anything done in C++. The speed will cost you time. So I think what they're trying to do with Carbon here is they're trying to find a happy medium between, to get C++ speed without C++ overhead and problems. That's pretty much it. So would I jump into it right away? Probably not. Maybe take a look at it if you want, if you're really concerned. Are there going to be any jobs in Carbon right away? No, I really doubt it. If Carbon takes off, it will probably take at least 4 or 5 years before it gets anywhere. So it's not something to jump into. If you're new to my my channel and what I talk about, I'm very, very oriented towards coding. I am language agnostic, language neutral. For me, language is just a tool. Carbon potentially is just a tool. But when you evaluate different programming languages, you got to evaluate more than language. You have to look at the economic environment around it, the deployment environment around it. So I would imagine with Carbon, they're going to create all these hooks so that you can integrate Carbon code with C++ code without any work. If they don't do that, then they're not going to have any problem. Then they're not going to have any traction. So I'm sure they'll have a try. They will make that attempt. I'm sure. I don't know much more about it than that, except it's just cutting edge, bleeding edge, just released very recently. So it's not something I'd be jumping into right away. Again, if you want to read what this guy has to say, it's very light on the language itself. I just highlighted the URL there. So let's see what some of the people comment, what some of the comments are from the people in the chat. This was, hit the like button. Love your show. Amazing. Thanks. Let's see what Marco has to say. Is there a chance to make your theme song downloadable? I really like it. Or publish it as Spotify or something. Good vibes. Ah! No, I've had people ask me that many times. I'll make it downloadable. It's something I put together specifically for this show. I wanted to have my own music. It's mine. But I'll put it out there. Oh, shit. Thanks. I drive it out. I trust you. Uncle Steph. I want to build my career from scratch, making own software tools. Got many. Can't jump too many languages for each idea. So what? Oh, there we go. Could you guide me for a better path to finding such knowledge and upgrading all the WordPress and different language? Tell me where I can seek help from Shanti for that. Well, I think first thing you have to do is write some software, so you understand software, and then once you've written some software, taking it to production, then you'll be in a very good position to kind of figure out, what tools you would need or you think would help for you. That way you can make a judgment call. So I don't know what level of coder you are at this point, so it's hard for me to say. But yeah, first, before you try to improve any technology, you have to kind of jump in to see what's there now, and then you can, based on what you know, you can make some Okay. Hey, how are you, man? Hey, Scotty. Welcome to stream, everybody. If you like live streams, give me a thumbs up. They dropped Golang already? No, they did not. I'm not sure what the thinking is behind Carbon versus Golang. Who knows? Do they say it's going to be faster than C++? I do not know. They say it's going to be as fast or in the realm of C++, as far as I understand. It's still very early. The reason I'm doing this video is somebody asked me to do a video. What have you thought about this? I put as much weight into these things as I feel that they deserve at this time. Who knows? Maybe Carbon will be the best thing since sliced bread. I don't know. But it's not something I'd be jumping into right away. So there you go. That's my comment on Carbon. Wow, 14 minutes. Well, it's actually not 14. But anyway, let's go on. Now I'm opening up the floor to questions. If you have any questions, you feel free to ask. Why is PHP still so cool and useful even in 2022? PHP, as I like to say, PHP is the pornography of the programming world, in that nobody wants to admit to it, but it seems to be used quite a bit. PHP, if you look in terms of server-side, let me underline that, server-side programming languages, PHP is, I think, the most dominant. Probably because of WordPress and mostly because of WordPress and content management systems like WordPress and Drupal. But PHP is huge, and the PHP community, as I say, they feel always under threat. They're always criticized, so they've been working really hard. So, for example, PHP 8 is highly performant, enterprise ready. All of the things that PHP gets hit for is people are looking at PHP from 15 years ago. They still think it's the same. It's very different today. What are your thoughts on the Zig programming language? I have never heard of Zig. Programming languages that come and go, like so many out there. I'd be surprised if Carbon gains more traction than Rust has in that area. I would agree with that. Will it be necessary to rewrite the code from C++ to Carbon? Probably not. I can tell you one thing. C++ over the next 20 years is not going anywhere. Any of the top 10 languages today, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, PHP, what am I missing? Python, C#, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Double leg takedown, lateral or straight. Depends on the position, man. Depends on the position. Love your content. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining the stream, guys. Appreciate the thumbs if you like the live streams. Can Laravel and PHP keep up with the new Zoomer tech? I would imagine so. I think Laravel itself Definitely PHP. Laravel, probably, because Laravel, I think, is the predominant PHP framework. They could mess it up, but it's got a lot of traction. So when something gets so much traction, it's really hard to replace. Really hard to replace. I just accepted a senior software engineer, and the company wants me to learn Slim framework with PHP. Do you have any opinions on Slim? Wow. Well, if that's what your job demands, learn Slim. I never used it, but obviously they like it. So. Given the productivity advantage, do you think a flow-based IDE that spits out C++ will split off if someone develops it? That I don't know. That's a very interesting question. That's a very interesting. I don't have an answer to that. What you think about magic that happens on many frameworks? I've seen this has been a problem for large projects, especially for new devs. Any framework about such as magic? Love from Greece. All the magic. Well, yes. Listen, frameworks are cool. You know, you have to evaluate frameworks for the job at home. For example, Microsoft technologies work very, very well if you're using and interfacing with other Microsoft products. If you go outside of that, things can fall down really quickly. Now again, this opinion is based on my previous experience with Microsoft going back a long time. Where Microsoft is really strong, in my opinion, is their code editors and VS Code, for example. Look at Ruby. I don't think Ruby is in the top 20. It might be in the top 20. It's definitely not in the top 10. How's the weather there? It's kind of gloomy. It's not the most exciting weather today. Sorry if this was mentioned. Any thoughts on Rust and use for NFTs? No, I'm not a Rust programmer. I heard it's super cool. People like it a lot, but apparently it's hard to learn. And because it's hard to learn, I think it will stay in the niche as a result in terms of how its application in the NFT space. Don't know. I think Carbon is a necessary cleanup tool for so many legacy C++ code bases. C++ legacy code is the only language I can't comprehend. I don't get why there are prefixes to variables everywhere. A good friend of mine does a lot of C++ coding, and he's been doing it for many years. And he said, what was the he said? If you have a problem that can only be fixed with C++, better to have is the problem. That's his quote now. A question that always hits my mind: how do all the previous coders create software from scratch as they didn't have resources today? Well, back in the 90s, they used to go buy books. You know, back in the 90s, there was the web and the internet, but the information was not nearly as easily accessible today. Today, the problem is that there's so much information, so people getting into the game who are new to development or many other fields, there's so much information, it's really hard to filter out what's necessary, what's not necessary. Yeah. Well, they you know, to answer the question, they just learn by building. The best way to learn how to do anything is to do it. You want to learn how to code? Code. You want to learn how to fight? Fight. You know? Hello. Hey, how are you? I know. Hope everything is well. I appreciate you as well. Andy Smart says, I have learned a ton over the years. Very good. I guess from me. Andy Smart is intelligent. So I hear. Keith, have you done any program with regards to ERP system like SAP? And what do you think of the future? I have not done personally. I know friends who manage these things. The future is going to be there for a long time because there's so much invested in these huge systems that companies will not want to get rid of them for as long as they don't have to. So I think you'd be fine to get into that area. Finished, shipped, and got paid for my first web shop today. it was made with WooCommerce. I feel so accomplished. Hey, congratulations, project. Let's give everybody congratulations to Project Rights for the paid gig. That's the best gig, and it's the hardest gig. They just get easier and more fun and more lucrative as you go. All right. I feel if I can understand what happens behind the whole syntax, I can write any software. What is opinion? And how can I reach that level of strength? Well, at one point you're gonna get pretty good. You reach that level by building stuff, build stuff. But as you build and build and build and build, you get more and more confident. Then you realize the amount of coding technology that is out there, the amount of options you have out there is huge. And you're just growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And then you realize you'll never know everything. So what you do is you concentrate on your fundamentals, and then you get the fundamentals of the language, and you get into manufacturing, and design patterns, and then you learn on a need-to-nerd basis, and then you learn to let go of having to try to understand everything, because it's literally an impossibility over time. I've completed Java DSA for placement. What should I do next for job for Microsoft? I guess get into C#, if I understand it. What is your favorite JS framework? Right now, probably Vue. What do you think about Dart programming language coupled with Flutter? I haven't used it. I looked at Flutter when it first came out. I liked it. Seems to be pretty good. It's not taking the web by storm. But you take a look. Again, always base things, on jobs and opportunity and what you like as well. What is your favorite back-end language? Well, when I was freelancing back in the day, it was Java. I even developed my own MVC framework in Java. These days, my first choice for backend is probably PHP for a bunch of reasons, although I could go PHP, JavaScript, or Python. But all the languages have good pros and cons. Will GPT AI coding make human coders obsolete? No. Long before AI replaces software development and coding, it will replace drivers, truck drivers, accountants, so many other professions. So I wouldn't be too concerned. Long before it gets to that, all those other professions will disappear. What else do we got here? Oh, do I support Trump? I'm Canadian. Brooks Builds channel has extensive Rust examples. Awesome stuff. There you go. I got a little late to the party, but do you think Carbon will be adopted in the main framework? C#. Too early to tell. Too early to tell. New tech is always built on top of old tech. That's how it works. In everything, really. This is true. Should I use Bootstrap to build my portfolio? Why not? Bootstrap's cool. What to do? I'm 17. I am a Python and Django developer. Should I start working or keep getting knowledge in machine learning? Well, I would get a job if you can. Start getting. Most important thing is you're getting a rate. The most important thing is you start actually doing something real. Do something real. So yeah, then you can learn a little ML on the side. But the most important thing to do is you want to get a job as quickly as possible, because that's when you really start to learn. Would advice be different for getting a full-time job from freelancing with real clients as opposed to college? Dropped out and started freelancing but wanted to do a job for a bit. If you develop a good freelancing portfolio, a bunch of clients you've done, that will open the doors for getting a real job. There you go. Welcome. Yeah, I learned so much from you. Been watching your channel for 4 years. Wow, that's cool. Well, thanks for watching, man. I'm glad I was able to help. And I'm glad you've done that. Yeah, what I'm trying to do with my courses, live streams, mentoring program, I'm essentially transferring my decades of experience to you guys. You can take what you want and talk about coding, professionalism. I talk about psychology, finance, business, all these different things, all from personal experience. Take it or leave it. It's up to you. Trying to save you 10, 20, 30 years. Do you still code program today, Steph? If so, what has you been up to? No, I don't program these days. I have people code for me. I run studioweb.com, which is a SaaS product that we use today. And I also have a venture program, UncleSteph.com. At some point in your career, developing, if you decide you're going to go into management. And if you go into management, you won't have time to code. So I made that choice. So I miss it sometimes. But, I did it for many, many years. So I'm ready to move on. I can't decide buying the entrepreneur course or the venturing program. Suggesting the attempt to work in a web development after the course. Salesman suggestions. Well, the entrepreneur course is included in the mentoring program. Basically, you get the mentoring program from me, UncleSteph.com. You get everything, plus a bunch of custom stuff that's not released to the public. So you may want to check into that. Based on your answer for Abby's question, so many information, now kind of overwhelming and confusing. Could you tell me how to find the right source path that lead to follow up if you do projects I follow? Yeah, just watch my YouTube videos. You see I talk a lot about these things. I have nearly 2,000 videos, I think, that are public. There's a lot of information in there. I don't think there's even one video of me pushing cats into bathtubs. Or, so it's all information packed. And you learn a lot there. If you want the full Steph experience, check out UncleSteph.com. I got my bootcamp. Links below if you want to learn from me in that way. Would learning JavaScript for both front and back end be a good idea? Is there a better language to learn for back end? That's fine. If you don't want to do it, that's cool. They're all good. How to estimate time it take to build a project? Well, you have to build that skill. Now, what I have people do is I have a time tracker template I provide. And when you do a couple of freelance projects, you track your time. And you write down everything. And then what happens is you do that 2 or 3 times, then you start to really get a feel for how long it takes you to build X, Y, and Z. Any opinion on the languages of the future of security, such as blockchain? I think any of the top 10 languages these days will be around for years and years and years. Congrats to Project Right. Sorry for asking a fair question, sir. Sir, I do not like coding. What drives you to write code and learning new concepts? Thank you again. I don't know. Are you actively coding? Coding is difficult for a lot of people at first, but once you get the hang of it, one day you wake up and you go, oh, I understand this. And then it becomes fun because you become productive. And then when you start building things that do stuff that people use, then that becomes a lot of fun. With the world deglobalizing, what's your opinion on AI opportunities that will meet market needs? It seems like manufacturing is coming back to North America. I think AI, the future of AI is bright. I know 2 people who leverage AI as core. Either it's a support to their business or it's their core business. How it shakes out precisely, I couldn't say. Although from what I've seen now, AI is very specialized. So you have AI will do you have an AI that does this, and you have another AI that does that. Full broad spectrum AI, I think they're years away from that. But yeah, you're right. I think there is a deglobalization, and I think North America is getting manufacturing back. Personally, I think it was a big mistake to. Although I debate it sometimes, I think it was a big mistake to move manufacturing off of your out of North America or out of Europe or wherever it happens to be. I think any continent, any country should have a self-sustaining manufacturing base. It just makes sense. Is your Java MSC framework available for public use? Oh, no. That's old. It's old. I retired that framework a long, long time ago. I would use a mainstream framework these days. You don't want to be caught with something that's too nicheified. What's your opinion on consulting versus full-time job? If you got the ability to conversate with people, if you're able to talk to people and you're comfortable doing sales, then consulting could be far, far more lucrative. A full-time job is steady, less headaches. You know what you're going to get your next paycheck. So it's a personality choice. Oh yeah. Do you think game dev is getting better as a career? I've always thought the game dev is a fun career, but get disturbed by stories of bad work-life balance culture. I don't know. I'm not in the gaming industry. I heard it's could be pretty tough, but I have friends in it and they love it. So just try it out. I did a website, everything from scratch. I use frameworks now like Tailwind, Vue, Word, Laravel, etc. it depends on the type of work you want to get into. I would at least learn at least one framework, just so you get familiar with frameworks. It will help you be a better coder. Yeah.
The problem isn't on the guy's side, because a guy that's romantically interested in a girl would still fuck her on the first date. But on the girl's side, she doesn't know if he's romantically interested or just trying to fuck. And that's why the girl tends to wait a little bit if she's like trying to get romantically interested, because if you just fuck on the first or second date every time, a lot of those guys will disappear after they've got
It's better
the
to
box.
assume a guy's just trying to fuck always.
Yeah, but that is the assumption when they make them wait for 2 weeks or whatever, right? Or wait for 4, 5, or 6 days, because like you want to filter those dudes out, and that's the easiest way to do it.
So the dudes out that just want to fuck, that's every guy.
That's not every. There are obviously some guys that are in relationships with some women. It happens. There are guys that are happily like in relationships with women. You know that happens, right?
All my happy
wait,
relationships.
Do you know that happens? That there are guys that date women and they're happy to date those women.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay, so it's not that every guy is just looking to fucking bounce.
Yeah, but every guy.
Initially, you are. You're just trying to get pussy.
I'll admit, we might just have like a fundamentally.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this.
We just have a fundamentally different.
So the issue why girls, a lot of the times why girls get, and this is for the ladies here. So okay, that's fine. You don't want this game. She got pissed. A lot of reason why girls get ghosted after they get fucked is that the girl doesn't add value to that guy. All she provided was sex. And here's the thing, like. In a city girl culture and a Cardi B culture, girls are taught to get yours first. Fuck the nigga, man. Yeah, get what you got to get. But my thing is this: after the girl has sex with the guy, it's her job to keep him.
Yeah.
And I don't think
Hugo, an open source static site generator famous for being the fastest way to render HTML in the world. It was created in 2015 by Steve Francia and is made awesome today by Bjorn Erik Peterson. It's similar to tools like Jekyll and Eleventy, but Hugo is written in Go and achieves sub-millisecond rendering times. It's fun to go fast, but more importantly, it's an extremely powerful content management system. Authors create content by writing Markdown, which gets rendered to HTML based on the structure of the file system. Developers use templates to control how the content is presented. Unlike regular HTML, it uses Go templates to interpolate and transform dynamic data from your content. Templates can define variables, perform loops, fetch remote data, and all kinds of other stuff thanks to tons of built-in Hugo functions. These templates are organized into a hierarchy of layouts to minimize code duplication while maximizing flexibility, and it can even manage relationships between content types thanks to its taxonomy system, making it easy to implement menus, tags, and categories, all without the need for third-party plugins. It's used on awesome websites like the Cloudflare documentation, Smashing Magazine, and Fireship.io. To get started, install it on your machine, then generate a new site. Create a new web page by writing Markdown in the content directory, or better yet, use the CLI to generate it, which provides a default schema that can be customized in the archetypes directory. Now, at this point, you can install a theme by adding a Git submodule to the themes directory, or structure the HTML from scratch using layouts. We might start with a default base of template, which will be rendered on every page and has access to variables about the site. Like page has access to the front matter metadata in the Markdown, and site has access to global data that we might find in the config.toml file. Now within the template, blocks can be defined that can be overridden by other templates. For example, the main content is entirely different on a single post versus a list of posts. The single template can simply render the HTML content from the Markdown. The list template, though, will need to loop over a range of pages in that directory, then render a truncated preview of the content. The website will also likely need a sidebar menu, which can be coded as a partial template that can be reused in other layouts. Hugo creates a tree of sections based on your content structure that can be used to build dynamic menus. In addition, it has many other built-in features like syntax highlighting, image processing, multilingual support, and shortcodes. But now run Hugo server from the terminal to view your site in the browser and admire that blazingly fast build time. This has been Hugo in 100 seconds. Hit the like button if you want to see more short videos like this. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah. So WordPress is a CMS, not so much a framework. Views Tailwind's a framework. Views a framework. A library. Laravel's a framework. What do you think of the tall stack? Is it a future of the web? I've never heard of it. I doubt it's the future. Was anybody else first time coding on Neopet stores? I'll let the audience answer that. Hey, Uncle Steph, what do you think about mobile development? Will it decrease over time as WebAssembly comes out? If not, will native mobile development prefer you? I've said for several years now that I think native mobile development will diminish a little bit over time because web-based technologies like PWAs and just responsive sites are just becoming more and more performant over time. What's your best method for not burning out? Take breaks, pace yourself. Take days off, Go out for an hour or two during the day, take a rest, clear your mind, exercise. How should I improve my programming logic to solve LeetCode and CodeChef questions easily? I don't use LeetCode or CodeChef. I would just build real projects, man. Start making money. Ruby is the best prog language because it is so slow. You don't need an extra step debugging tool. That's funny. Michaels, I didn't realize it was actually live. Greetings from Poland. Hey, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining. How are we doing with the likes? If you guys don't mind giving me some thumbs up, that would be good. What else? Quick reminder: look up on Indeed. What's this? Indeed. Okay. Quick reminder. Look up on Indeed. I think you meant to say. You'll be surprised. High demand. Also, learn to wrestle. Yeah, wrestling's good. Seth, I currently need to make a background program that only run about 2% of the time for the user. Should I spend a lot of time building it in Rust or build it in fast C Sharp? If it doesn't need to be highly performant, I would just build it in C Sharp if I were you. That's what I would do. All right, let me, something I always do. My suggested books. I have several others, but these ones always have at hand. So this one book I recommend, The Naked Ape. This is going to open your mind about how we exist as humans. Classic book is my copy from the pages are all yellow. That's all older because I think I bought this book when I was 14 years old. It was a New York Times bestseller. Anyway, so a couple of zoologists study human beings like they would study monkeys, and hence Naked Ape. And it's going to really help give you an insight into our existence as humans. Book suggestion number 1. If you're a total beginner, I have my own book. People like it, highly reviewed on Amazon. Web Design Start Here. You may want to take a look at that. So that's a book that people like. Total beginner book though. If you're doing Studio Web, you don't need this, of course. But if you already know how to code and you want to up your game, one thing I recommend all the time is refactoring. Let's see if we can get it to focus on here. Come on, focus. All right. So refactoring. Very important. This is the Java version. There's links below. There's JavaScript and there's a Java version. This is how to clean up code in a very structured way. You do this book, you'll up your coding game regardless of the language. And then, some music suggestions. So, for people like psychedelic music, this is one of the best albums of all time. Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, highly recommend. Great album. If you don't know Jimi Hendrix, this is of course vinyl. I was a vinyl nerd at one point. Not so much anymore. So that's my recommended album for people who want to rock out, want psychedelic. You want to get into old school jazz, there's an album for you. Dizzy Gillespie, Kush, is a live album, Philharmonic. Pretty big, so you might want to try that out. This is a Japanese vinyl pressing. You know that's good. You got this Obi thing here. Japanese vinyls, by the way, are most highly sought after by audiophile nerds for sound quality. There you go. Those are my suggestions of today. Is it possible to have a language that's fast to see, as easy as to use Python, have all the advantages of Java, Swift, and PHP? But Swift is really, really fast, apparently. So you might want to look at Swift if that's interesting to you. When was the last thing you coded since you miss it so much? Do you not code for fun here and there? Occasionally I pop something open. It's just so busy these days. What was the last thing? It's been a while, man. It's probably something I did in Java. It's been years since I professionally coded, you know. I popped in, I do some Python once in a while, you know. But nothing to get excited about. Carbon is a new Kotlin for C++, right? Well, that's what they're saying, in the article. What advice do you have for studying companies' messy code bases if they don't give you a code walkthrough? See if you can talk to one of the developers and just tackle some of the easy-to-access libraries and take it from there. Good luck with that. What advice do you have for brand developers starting their careers as Java backend engineer? Well, get to know people and slowly jump into the code base and see what the code is like. And, just ask questions, not too many of them. Steph, when you were trying to explain a project in an interview, would it be good when you create that project to have somewhere to document what all you had to do in that project? If you say I did this, you should say what you did in this, right? So if you're involved in a web app and you implemented all the CRUD's operations, and mention that. Or if you did the React implementation, mention that. I have to bail. Thanks for the content. Keep it coming. No problem. Thanks for joining. See you in the next stream. Best programming language for VR. I don't know. Lambda AWS. What do you think everybody says it's the future? I guess he means why do you say it's the future? Everybody and his neighbor says everything is the future. What does it really mean to not look for code to write? Good question. It means that before you write code, you figure out somebody else has written what you need to write. And if they've written something that you can use, then reuse. That's what I mean by that. Tailwind, Alpine, Laravel, Livewire, thoughts. Tailwind, I have never used, but a friend of mine thinks it's fantastic. Alpine, never used. Laravel, we use it personally. Livewire. I'm not sure. Livewire was a peer-to-peer app back in the day. I don't know if you're talking about that. Ironically, Indeed would be a great recruitment website name. Indeed. Oh yeah, of course. I need. That's a good point. That's a good thing. Yeah. Carbon only makes sense as a permanent way out of C++. Could be. Hello from France. Love your vids. Learned a lot from your advice. Appreciate it. Oh, merci beaucoup. J'espère que tout ça va bien avec toi en France. C++ doesn't need a new parasite. Okay, anyone? Okay. Hey, so excited that the greats they shit themselves answering personal questions. Wash hands. Will you be doing live streams on a regular basis? You'll see more and more now, unless something else happens. But yeah, what's going on? Thanks for the likes. If you guys don't mind giving me some thumbs, it's good for the algorithms. Let people know. What do you think about Tron Gate? I have not used it. But I hear good things about it. I just checked your Super PHP video plays, and you look pretty young. Without beard, you look the same now. Saw you making live streams these days to teach and connect with people more, get more fun. Yeah. Do you play music? I do. Mostly drums. Do you think that with PPI could find a remote job in the US? I am from Latin America. Very possible. Make sure you got good spoken skills, good communication skills. How many full stack projects should I build before freelancing and applying for a job? It's up to you. Depends if you want to do full stack work or not. I say the magic number is always 3, but that's me. Lambda is just a compute service and it's been around for a pretty long time. Anton Rose says, I really love this session. Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for joining us. Cool. All right. How are we doing for time? Already 43 minutes. Passes like this. What do you think about the commercialization of certain styles? Muay Thai, bring back the fighting theme. Muay Thai, BJJ, etc. That's cool. You know, I used to be a purist about that. I used to think, why are you doing martial arts if you're not there to fight? And then over the years, I said, some people just want to exercise. Some people want to just do a little light exercise or maybe a little light self-defense. So I think there's opportunities in martial arts for people to train at whatever level that they find interesting for them. Why is TypeScript getting so popular? Is it? Isn't that LimeWire? I think you mean LimeWire, not LiveWire. Yeah, that could be true, yeah. Why is Django so popular? I don't know how popular it is. I think it's in the Python world it's the most popular. I guess it's been around for a long time. That has a lot to do with it. I used to feel dumb trying to code, switch to design, learn guitar, and then somehow picked up programming again fairly easily. There you go. Yeah, when you're learning something new, something drastically new, like writing code, you have to you're really retraining your brain to think in a different way. So you have to give your brain a little bit of time so that the new neural connections can be made, and then one day you wake up and you can very understandable. Other than the Naked Ape, do you recommend other similar books? Yeah, I could recommend. Look up Robert Cialdini. Robert Cialdini's C-I. Just start Robert C-I and it will come up. And he wrote a book called Influence, which is highly influential. Look up another book by a guy named Kahneman called Thinking Fast and Slow. Highly influential. You find those. I'll bring them in the next stream. And they might be linked below if you check. Those are very good. What do you think about coding from the browser directly on cloud with VS Code Server or other similar tools? Can you do it even on a tablet? You can do it. Well, if it could work for you. I've never done it, so I'm not sure how practical it is. But if it works for you, why not? It's 4:03 a.m. here in India. Wow, after hours of internet surfing, got to sleep. Good teaching from your uncle. From you, Uncle Steph. Good. Take a good sleep too. Wish you all good days ahead. Thank you very much. Greetings from Canada. What age is too late to learn martial arts? Well, it depends on the style. Like, you're not going to be doing Muay Thai at 65, I doubt. It depends on the style. Some styles are more soft, easier. Some are harder. So it depends. On the style. Depends on the style. On the start, first year is better horizontal and vertical knowledge. On the start, first year, better horizontal and vertical knowledge. Better horizontal and vertical knowledge. It's a good question. When you first start out, you want to pick a particular tranche of technology and learn that to a competent level. Not expert, but just competent. And then you can start reaching out. If you spread yourself too thin too early, you never get to the intermediate and advanced concepts of development. So you'll always be coding like a beginner. So in the beginning, you want to be a little bit more vertical. And then as you get more experience, you can go more horizontal. Any advice for a board to tier C# program? I crave real programming engineering. Well, jump into, start looking for other gigs in areas that you find more interesting, and then train up and start applying for jobs. What would you say is the best way of learning DOM manipulation for JavaScript? Do you have a course? If you do, please let me know. I do. Just go to the link below, go to my store. My JavaScript course teaches lots of DOM manipulation using vanilla JavaScript, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Igor's comment. That's what happens. When you do anything for long enough, a lot of people can get bored. Happened to me with certain types of programming. I just didn't want to do it anymore. And one time I got burnt out with programming. I just couldn't program anymore. So you don't want to get burnt out. That's okay. It's normal to want to change, and depending on how things are. The key thing, though, is to make sure that when you start programming, you start making extra money, that you live below your means, you start saving and investing, so that will give you the opportunity, if you wanted to switch in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it is, you can. So, yeah. What would you say is the best way of learning DOM? I'll keep that one around. It's important to do exercise since we spend so much time sitting down. Where people who hate gyms, martial arts are a great alternative. I personally recommend jiu-jitsu. Yeah, jiu-jitsu is pretty good because it's low impact. But watch out when you're rolling with somebody. Make sure you don't get a crazy person who wants to crank your arms. And don't be afraid to tap out. No point getting strangled or risking damaging one of your joints for pride. If you're not a professional fighter, just train lightly. Don't injure yourself. Hey, Steph, what is AWS? When you serve with AWS, Amazon Web Services, it basically is a very intelligent server technology. And it basically extracts, if you will, a lot of the complexity in terms of scaling that we used to have to build into our applications. AWS will make that easier. So instead of having to engineer into your code ways so that your code could expand, if you will, in terms of performance, if a lot of people start using your web app as an example, AWS provides tools built into their hosting architecture, but it takes care of it for you. This is a very, very high level explanation. But yeah, it's basically, main purpose is to allow for easy scaling, I would say, and management. Aren't easily interchangeable independent stacks like Call better than complete, yet corporate code reliant on Google, Apple, Facebook. Depends your point of view there, yeah? Cialdini, there you go, thank you. That's how it's spelled. Robert Cialdini, that's the Influence author. He wrote a book called Influence, which in the 80s, which was a seminal book in influence psychology. And he wrote another book recently called Persuasion, which is another interesting book. That's it. That's the one. Yeah, read that. That's going to freak you out. Let me know how you think about when you've read it. Hey, for your needs, was it glucosamine or protein powder you wrote? Glucosamine. Glucosamine did the trick for me. It was pretty amazing. Hey, Steph, should I use Google reCAPTCHA or just use Honeypot for contact? Any opinions? Thanks. You might need to do a combination of two. Try one and see how it goes. See if you get a lot of spam or not. If you don't, then you're good. If you do, then try a combination. The spammers are getting more sophisticated these days. If I'm a junior programmer, can I start my own company with freelance for wait some years to gain experience and found one? Yeah, if you can get the job done, Sebastian, Capitan, why not do it? Go for it. I always watch replays. This is my first time watching live commenting. Love how grounded your teachings are. I appreciate that, Lex. Thank you very much. Thanks. How are we doing here? Ooh, 52 minutes. 1 hour in Python equals 7 hours in Java. I haven't done the exact measurement of that, but yeah, Python is far more performant in terms of write time, not runtime. Java will run circles around Python at runtime, but in terms of writing, it's a lot easier. I'm struggling with MVC architecture. In many tutorial books, everybody has their own criteria. I can't tell where to start when structuring an app. Okay, you start with the views. If you look at, I've done some videos on this in the past or on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. So when you're putting together an MVC app, for people who don't know, MVC is arguably the most important design pattern in modern development, developed by Smalltalk in, I think it was late 80s. Anyway, MVC is short for Model View Controller. The model is database and all the code associated with that, your business logic. View, of course, are the screens. So in a web app, that would be the web pages, right? Your HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And the controller is the code that sits between the view code and the model code. It brokers everything. Brokering means you get a request from a web page, as an example. Somebody clicks on a link, boom, it goes to your controller code, that middle layer, and then the controller code will route that to the back end, to your model code, and back and forth. So when you're developing things from scratch, you start with the views. The views will then tell you what the model is going to look like, and then finally you glue it all together with your middle layer, your controller code. I hope that helps. What do you think Amazon stock will be in 5 years? I don't know. I don't know where the stock will be. Amazon will still be around strong. It will probably be up, but I'm not giving you any investing advice because I cannot. I'm not an investor. I'm not a professional. What's the word I'm looking for? Consultant in that regard. If I had to guess, I would guess it's going up, but who knows? Seeing a pack of interested students from all over the world, then I saw it in my whole college. Great interactive teacher you are, and we are going to pin this on our personal favorites for 2 a.m. Well, thank you, appreciate it. All right. Oh, 5 minutes. All right, I'll be closing up the show soon. It's almost an hour. Are there any frameworks that you have used for end-to-end testing that you can recommend? Oh, I've used Selenium Playwright for end-to-end testing. I haven't looked at this stuff recently. What are we using? I have to ask my lead developer what we're using in Studio Web. So I don't have any answers for you there. I noticed that I can use my Amazon Prime account when I want to use AWS tools and programming. Oh, there you go. Amazon's, they do good work. You have to give them that much. Model, database, yeah, view, design, controller, direction in 3D development. How to start a side hustle as a C# dev. C# might be a little bit more difficult because C# is used a lot in enterprise. If you want a side hustle, it'll be easier to do it with the web stack and JavaScript or PHP. Should I learn and Dockers for web developers? Why should you learn Dockers for web developer? You don't have to learn it. Some people learn it, some people don't. It's one of those need-to-nerd technologies. Don't get me wrong, I love virtualization containers. Carbon versus Rust. I don't know much about it to give you an answer there. Obviously, there's got to be a difference because they put out Carbon now. Thank you for the explanation. I'll keep studying about it. Hope not to get stuck. You just start designing these, you know. But at the essence, what I described in terms of MVC, that's pretty much what it is. There's variations on implementation, of course. That's the core of it. The core of it is to separate out code into logical hemispheres, if you will. All your view code here, all your business logic down here, everything's here. How much JavaScript do I need to grasp React? Just the fundamentals, a little dash of ES6 in there, and that's about it. Learn about the DOM, so you can manipulate them. Good night, Uncle Steph. All right, good night. Yes, I'll be signing off fairly soon. Shell knowledge required. Depends on the company. Back-end developer, do you need shell knowledge? Learn a little bit. You don't have to do much. But depends on the business. How important is accessibility in web development? Accessibility, people would say it's extremely important. But if you write clean code, making your code accessible is fairly easy. It's like, it's not that difficult. All right, so I think I covered all the questions. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming to stream. I hope I answered all your questions. And, yeah, one last one. Will Alpha Code replace programmers? No. AI will not replace programmers anytime soon. So there you go. And here's one last thing. So my intro tune, the jazzy tune that I put out there, this one here, let me play it. Hold on. This stuff. This is actually based on this album. It's a copy of this very famous Miles Davis album called A Silent Way, so you might want to go check that out if you like this. To be clear, this is not A Silent Way. This is some copy. But yeah, that's what this music's all about. And there you go. All right. Have a good evening, everybody. I hope everything is well, and we shall talk soon. I'll leave you with my ASMR. Miles is great. This is possibly my favorite Miles Davis album. That or Big Fun. I like Big Fun as well. Miles Davis. Hold on. This is my other. I love this album. That's a great album. Yeah, that's another good album. Another good album is hold on. There's another great album. It's just Brew. We probably get canceled today. All right, so that's good. Thanks for joining the stream, guys. I'll leave you with my little ASMR Cape Elizabeth, Maine clip here. Cheers, guys.
Really fundamental message that consumers should be taking today is that it's financially insane to buy anything other than a Tesla. It'll be like owning a horse in 3 years. Autonomous cars will definitely be a reality. A Tesla car next year will probably be 90% capable of autopilot. Like, so 90% of your miles could be on auto. You know, for sure, highway travel.
How is that going to happen?
With a combination of various sensors, you combine cameras with image recognition with radar and long-range ultrasonics. That'll do it. We're probably only a month away from having autonomous driving, at least for highways and for relatively simple roads. I mean, my guess for when we'll have full autonomy is about 3 years. 3 years, approximately 3 years.
I think probably by end of next year, self-driving will encompass essentially all modes of driving and be at least 100 to 200% safer than a person by the end of next year. Talking maybe 18 months from now.
All cars being produced have all the hardware necessary, compute and otherwise, for full self-driving. I'll say that again. All Tesla cars being produced right now have everything necessary for full self-driving. All you need to do is improve the software. We expect to be feature complete in self-driving this year, and we expect to be confident enough from our standpoint to say that we think people do not need to touch the wheel, look out of the window, sometime probably around, I don't know, second quarter of next year. Well, I mean, Tesla really faced a severe threat of death due to the Model 3 production ramp. Essentially, the company was bleeding money like crazy, and if we didn't solve these problems in a very short period of time, we would die. And we expect to have the first operating robo-taxis next year, with no one in them, next year.
Just so we understand the definitions, when you refer to feature-complete self-driving, it sounds like you're talking level 5, no geofence. Is that what's expected by the end of the year? Just so we're all on the same page.
You say what is the net present value of a robo-taxi? Probably on the order of a couple $100,000. So buying a Model 3 is a good deal. You say what would be the probable gross profit from a single robo-taxi? We think probably something on the order of $30,000 per year. If you buy a car that does not have the hardware necessary for full self-driving, it's like buying a horse. And the only car that has the hardware necessary for full self-driving is a Tesla. Like, people should really think about their purchase. Any other vehicle. It's basically crazy to buy any other car than a Tesla.
Minions have spawned.
And yet they completely failed to pass legislation, much less an amendment to the Constitution, to properly guarantee this right for women. Right, so there's a lot of blame to go around, and the Democrats are sharing that blame. That said, I think repealing Roe is going to be unambiguously bad for women, in particular for women in red states. And it'll be bad for the red states, too. I think the spectacle of having desperate women prosecuted as murderers for going out of state to terminate a pregnancy or taking illegal medication at home, this will be bad for business. I think you'll find that corporations don't want to see a real-life version of The Handmaid's Tale. So again, this will only hurt red states. But I don't think the problem necessarily starts here. I do think there's a larger concern about creeping beyond. Now, let's call this for what it is. Right? What happened here? The unjustified and unjustifiable religious beliefs of Catholics on the Supreme Court have delivered this change in our society. This is religion, pure and simple. There is simply no valid ethical argument that privileges the interests of a single fertilized ovum as well as a woman whose life can be completely deranged by being forced to have a child. It's not just that pro-life absolutists have bad arguments. they have no arguments for banning abortion at the early stage. But then pro-choice absolutists are also extremists. Anyone who would argue for abortion as an absolute right of a woman at every stage of pregnancy, as though terminating a fetus in the third trimester had no ethical implications beyond a woman's bodily autonomy. Such people are just not making contact with the real ethical parameters here. So our political debate about abortion seems pretty confused, but it ignores the very sensible intuition that most people have on this topic. And most people recognize that a clump of cells is not a person, while a 30-week-old fetus is so close to being a bouncing baby that it is a person. The real problem here is to figure out where that change happens, and therefore where it becomes possibly complicated to terminate pregnancy. The most important question for me is at what point in development can a fetus conceivably suffer? Is that the only consideration? It's amazing. And here it's reasonable to think that sensory connections to the cortex are the relevant threshold. We can be even more conservative than that and draw the line somewhere earlier, but it's not an accident that most people think that the first trimester and the third trimester are very different, ethically speaking. And the difference is in the presence or absence of the nervous system structures that could conceivably produce suffering. Terminating a pregnancy at 10 weeks is just different than terminating one at 30 weeks. Given what we know about developmental neuroscience, I would say that the first should be at the total discretion of the mother, and the second should require very serious justification, like saving the mother's life, or saving the child from some utterly horrific suffering, should it be born. And obviously, emergency late-term abortions should and do include anesthesia. At a certain stage in pregnancy, you have to treat a fetus as a being who can suffer. But over 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester. And given what we know, that should be a legal practice available to all women, especially given what we know about the effects on society that outlaws that practice. And ultimately, there's a lot of ethical work still ahead of us to understand human development in a fine-grained way, and to specify exactly where a fetus, even a specific fetus, becomes a person to which we want to ascribe independent interests. But most people know that the extremes are very different, 10 weeks and 30 weeks, say. And where we draw the line should be somewhere in the middle of that range. And yet our political discourse tends not to reflect this. The fact that we appear to be moving into a situation where abortion at every stage will be illegal in half the country, that is clearly a step backwards, politically and ethically. And we have Iron Age religion to thank for. Okay. Today I'm speaking with Morgan Housel. Morgan is a partner at the Collaborative Fund and a former columnist at the Motley Fool and the Wall Street Journal. He is a two-time winner of the Best in Business Award from the Society of American Business Editors and Writers. He's also the winner of the New York Times Sydney Award and a two-time finalist for the Gerald Loeb Award for Distinguished Business and Financial Journalism. And he has written a wonderful book titled The Psychology of Money, Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness. And this is the topic of our conversation. We discuss how personal history shapes one's view of economic risk, the implications of not understanding the future, the difference between rich and wealthy, how we measure success, the problem of social comparison, happiness versus life satisfaction, saving and investing, Warren Buffett and the power of compounding, rational versus reasonable decisions, the role of luck, optimism versus pessimism, dollar cost averaging, and other topics. Anyway, I found it a very useful conversation, and I hope you do as well. And I bring you Morgan Housel. I am here with Morgan Housel. Morgan, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Sam.
So you wrote this really wonderful book, The Psychology of Money, Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness. And I want to talk about a lot of what's in that book and anything else you think on those topics. But before we jump in, just two things. I want to acknowledge that we're having this conversation at an interesting moment, and we seem poised on the brink of some kind of recession. And the stock market has been fairly crazy, and one interesting reference point that jumped out at me, I think at some point in your book you single out Netflix as a company that has made stratospheric gains, and I now notice that Netflix has lost almost all of those gains, and it certainly lost 5 years worth of gains seemingly overnight. So a lot can change here, obviously, and we don't know when people will be listening to this conversation. I think this will be evergreen, and they're just very different moments in the life of any economy, in the life of any person. It's fascinating to see how it's changed even since your book was published.
It's interesting for sure. What I would note too, something like with Netflix you mentioned. What I mentioned in the book is Netflix during a period of 2002 to 2018 increased like 500-fold. It went up 500-fold. That's just cherry picking in hindsight. But during that period, it lost 70% of its value twice, and it lost half of its value on 6 separate occasions, despite increasing 500-fold during that period. And I think that's relevant today as it goes through another 70% climb, as you pointed out. That I think a lot of what we deal with in the economy and the stock market, whenever we go through these periods, like we have in the last 6 months, when a lot of things decline and collapse and there's a lot of volatility, I think the huge majority of what we are experiencing is normal volatility, normal accidents, normal uncertainty that you should expect with 100% certainty to occur during your life in the stock market, in the economy. It's rarely phrased like that. It's always, even in the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg and the Financial Times, it's phrased as like crisis, surprise, catastrophe, even if what we are dealing with is something that has always occurred at fairly regular intervals and will always occur at fairly regular intervals.
Yeah, we'll talk about some of the details there when we talk about investing and just the psychology of it. But before we jump in, perhaps you can summarize your background. How did you come to focus on money and wealth and related matters? And perhaps this might be the time to talk about the way in which a person's personal history can provide a lens through which they look at these topics, and it's a lens that's fairly difficult to change. So I think you have some interesting things in your book on that topic. How does personal history and personal bias play in here as well?
Well, I had a pretty unique background starting in my teenage years. I was a competitive ski racer growing up in Lake Tahoe. And because I was a competitive ski racer, I more or less bypassed high school. Not because I was smart enough to bypass it, just because it was viewed as getting in the way of competitive ski racing. So I did an independent study program in high school that was a joke. There was effectively no academics involved. It was a program that was designed for juvenile delinquents, where I was not one, but that's what it was designed for. And I did nothing. I did basically no academic work for it. When I was 16, they gave me a piece of paper that said diploma on it. But for all intents and purposes, I had an 8th grade education, and then I stopped after that. And during my teenage years, it was a lot of fun. I was ski racing all over the world. It was great. But as I became a later teen, 18, 19 years old, and all my friends started going off to college, I had this moment of, what now? What do I do? They all have this skill set in terms of a high school education that I did not. And they're all going into college that I felt I was completely inadequately prepared for, which I was. I started as a valet at a high-end hotel in Lake Tahoe during that period, and that was my first exposure to wealthy people. I grew up in a middle-class household, but I'd never been exposed to very wealthy people. And at the hotel, you have people coming in their Ferraris and their Rolls Royces, and I had just never seen that before. And as I was 19 years old, I was very naive in my worldview. My first reaction as a 19-year-old man was, I want to be that guy. The guy driving the yellow Ferrari, that's who I want to be. And I think it's funny now because that's like the opposite of what I want to be, what I aspire to. But that was my first view of like, there is another side of the world out there that I don't know about, and I want it, and I want it bad. And so this was the early 2000s. The huge majority of those people who I met who were very wealthy worked in finance. And that was kind of my first exposure to like, okay, I want to get into finance because I want to be that guy. And I had this chip on my shoulder in terms of my lack of education. And as the years went on, I finally started college when I was about 20. And I had to start at the most remedial levels of effectively, I stopped at 8th grade. So I had to start back at that level at the junior college. Eventually worked my way up, graduated from USC. It took me many years to get there. I think I was in college for 6, maybe 7 years if you added it all up, because I had to make up for so much lost time. But my entire goal during that period was I want to work in finance. I want to be an investment banker. I want to move to New York and work for Goldman Sachs. That's what I wanted to do. And during the early 2000s, that's what a lot of young men in particular wanted to do, because investment banking had this allure of like, that's where the power, that's where the money is. And when you're 21, 22 years old, you're just so enamored by it. And so I was going to be an investment banker. And then I got an investment banking internship in Los Angeles.
And you did your degree in economics?
That's right. Yeah, I have a BA in economics from USC. And I got I started this investment banking internship. And this was my dream. This is what I had aspired to do. I put all of my eggs in this one basket. And on day one, not even day one, like hour one of this investment banking internship, I realized it was not for me. This was just not going to work. The culture of investment banking, particularly back then, was really geared towards hazing. It was not geared towards productivity or solving problems. It was like, how much can we torture you to see if we can break you? And if we can break you, then you don't fit into it. And I was just, my personality, some people thrive in that environment. I was like, get me out of here. I couldn't last. It was supposed to be a several-month-long internship, summer internship, and I lasted like a month, and it was just a torturous month. So then I'm like, okay, I need to do something else. And then I got a job in private equity, and this was the summer of 2007. Got an internship at a private equity firm, and I really liked private equity. It was a great
Can you just differentiate those two areas for people? 'Cause I'm sure some people could define investment banking and private equity, but I would imagine many can't. So how are those different?
So investment banking is really a service industry of you get hired by a corporation to help you transact in a deal. So if a big company like Microsoft wants to buy another company, they want to acquire another business.
Today I wanted to give you a sampling of some of the content that we've released over at Waking Up. I recently recorded a 10-minute audio essay on the relationship between psychedelics and meditation, titled The Paradox of Psychedelics. I thought that might be of interest to some of you here. And then my friend Tim Ferriss had requested about 30 minutes of Waking Up audio for his podcast. And so I'm adding the package we delivered to him here as well. Anyway, hope you enjoy it. And if you do, more information can be found over at wakingup.com. In recent years, there has been an explosion of interest in psychedelics. One thing that these drugs do for almost everyone is prove, beyond any possibility of doubt, that the mind is far more vast and interesting and malleable than they had any reason to expect before taking psychedelics. Taking a sufficient dose of psilocybin or LSD, provided you have a generally positive experience, makes it absolutely clear that you have been living in a kind of prison, and once the drug wears off and you're returned to that prison, you can't quite convince yourself that it's good to live there. If you have a truly liberating experience on psychedelics, it is difficult not to view a conventional sense of things as a form of mental illness. And many of us who practice meditation and consider it among the most important things we've ever learned have arrived at this discovery only after first taking psychedelics. However, there is an apparent paradox here, because while psychedelics might be indispensable for some people, and I think they probably were for me, they are potentially misleading where meditation is concerned. The reasons why people practice meditation and take psychedelics are often the same. They both expose the mechanics of our psychological suffering, and they both suggest that the remedy for it lies in experiencing ourselves in the world beyond our usual concepts. Both meditation and psychedelics are a response to the felt dilemma of our simply being in the world. And once questions of our survival have been basically answered, we're faced with the question of how to be happy. What more is there to life beyond getting what we want and avoiding what we don't want? How can we cease to be mere prisoners of time? For instance, in what sense and to what degree are our feelings of dissatisfaction relieved by living more and more in the present moment? What is there to find in the present moment that is truly transformative? Meditation and psychedelics both address questions of this kind, but they provide very different answers. So I want to say a few things about the differences. The great strength of psychedelics is that at a sufficient dosage, they are guaranteed to produce a profound effect. No one has ever taken 5 grams of mushrooms or 300 micrograms of LSD and been bored. That has literally never happened. The resulting experience might be terrifying, and that is one of the primary downsides of psychedelics, the prospect of having a so-called bad trip. But no one ever says, sorry, I don't get what all the fuss is about. With psychedelics at a sufficient dosage, you need only wait an hour or so for a freight train of absolute significance to come roaring into the station of your mind. And for better or worse, you will get on it, and you will never be the same. Conversely, if someone has never taken psychedelics, it is quite possible for them to try meditation, even repeatedly, and to claim that nothing happens. They look inside, and they see nothing happen. Right? What's the point of paying attention to the breath? How is that not the very definition of wasting time? If a person has never taken psychedelics and never glimpsed that vast firmament beyond the prison walls of their conceptual mind, it can be all too easy not to see the point of meditation. For many people, learning to meditate without having first taken psychedelics is a little bit like learning to play a musical instrument when you've never heard music before. You've never experienced the final product at all. In fact, you have absolutely no idea where all this plucking at strings and learning musical notation might be going. And you can't verify that anyone else knows either. Maybe the whole thing is just a scam. By contrast, taking psychedelics is like being dragged on stage with Jimi Hendrix. Rather, it's like suddenly being Jimi Hendrix. And whatever else happens over the next 10 hours, one thing is certain. You will know what music sounds like. It might not be the only form of music. In fact, it certainly isn't. But there's no longer the slightest doubt in your mind that music is a thing. Right? So when you come down from the drug and you're returned to your lonely guitar, Even if you can't do much with it, you can't deny what it was like to hear music coming out of that thing. So psychedelics, perhaps above anything else, serve as a cure for skepticism about the basic project of having a much deeper engagement with the present moment. The problem, however, is that they can give you a distorted sense of what is worth finding there, because psychedelics work by producing extreme changes in the content of consciousness, whereas the true purpose of meditation is to recognize the freedom that is inherent to consciousness itself, whatever its contents. If you take a drug like LSD or psilocybin, your perception of the world and of your mental life radically changes. It's not an accident that these drugs are also called hallucinogens, and your emotional engagement with literally any arbitrary thing or idea can achieve an intensity that has no reference point in ordinary life, and is in fact incompatible with ordinary life. Again, this can be true in both positive and negative ways. You can be sent sailing across an ocean of bliss, or you can be hurled into a pit of terror. And at either extreme, you can lose all memory of ever having existed in any other state. On a sufficient dose of LSD or psilocybin, you no longer recall that you are a person in a world, much less that you've taken a drug. So these experiences of bliss or terror can seem truly eternal. Without any connection to your life, and without any memory of the past, you really have been there, in that state, since the beginning of time. Now, if you have an unremittingly bad, well, then you might just conclude that drugs are dangerous, and that the tray table of consciousness is best left in the upright and locked position. But if you get a glimpse of the beatific vision, you will know that it is possible to enjoy an utterly transfigured experience of the world, and even to lose any sense of separation from it. And you will know that consciousness, in this moment, is truly sacred. However, you will very likely come to believe that the path back to the sacred is to keep getting high, if not through drugs, then through a practice like meditation. And you will approach meditation in the hopes of changing your experience in various ways, making it seem less ordinary. You might understand conceptually that the practice of mindfulness entails accepting this moment's experience exactly as it is, but you will subtly or not so subtly be straining to improve your experience by getting better at meditating. And whenever your experience does seem to change in auspicious ways, perhaps you get a feeling of bliss or unconditional love in one of your sessions of formal practice, you'll seize upon this change as a sign of progress. Surely getting more of that sort of thing is the point, right? But it really isn't the point. The point of meditation isn't to collect more transitory spiritual experiences. The point is to recognize that even the most ordinary state of mind is free of self. And it is free of self already. It isn't made free by the practice of meditation, and it isn't made more free of self when you have the pyrotechnics of psychedelics. The ultimate purpose of meditation is to recognize what consciousness is like prior to identification with consciousness. And you don't need a 20 megaton change in the content of consciousness to do that. In fact, such changes aren't even helpful. And yet many people are so identified with their thoughts and are so skeptical that there's anything profound to realize about the mind by observing it directly, that they are for all intents and purposes unreachable. They either won't try meditation, or trying it, they will think that they have discovered that it doesn't work. And the truth is, I was once just this sort of blockhead. I really don't think I would have recognized the power of meditation without having taken psychedelics, without first knowing that there was much more to the mind than I was tending to experience. And so there is this seeming paradox. Psychedelics are very likely indispensable for some people. But as for the project of awakening from the dream of separateness, they're also misleading and ultimately unnecessary. There is something that almost everyone learns by taking psychedelics that you must unlearn to experience the true freedom of meditation. And this is why I created Waking Up, to help people recognize the freedom of consciousness directly. Because for me, regardless of how many times psychedelics open the doors of perception, and they have many times, it is ultimately the simple recognition of the nature of mind, pure freedom from self that is available in each present moment that has changed my life.
I'd like you to take a moment to think about all the things in your life that you will experience for the last time. Of course, the ultimate day when you die, and everything has been done for the last time. But long before you die, you will cease to have certain experiences that you surely take for granted now. If you're a parent, when is the last time you will pick up your child, or tuck her into bed, or read her a story? Our youngest daughter still says aminals instead of animals. And though I'm a stickler for words, I am not correcting her. Each one of those is
priceless. Now, thinking in this way lends a poignancy to everything, even to things you don't like. Again, let's say you're in you're getting woken up several times a night by your baby. It's brutal, but there will be a last time, and knowing that can change your experience in the moment. There's something sweet even about this experience. It's possible that you will miss this. We do everything a finite number of times, and yet we tend to take even beautiful moments for granted. And the rest of the time we're just trying to get through stuff. You're just trying to get to the end of whatever experience you're having. Tim Urban, who writes this wonderful blog titled Wait But Why, often touches this topic. He actually publishes a poster which represents 90 years of life in a week. Each line has 52 squares, and there are 90 lines. And the scale is frankly a little alarming. Each week is a significant piece of 90 years. And you can put your finger on the current week in your life. You can see where you are. And then, of course, you realize you have no assurance of how many weeks you have left. Assuming that you have 90 years, certainly 90 good years, is generally not a safe assumption. But you can know, however, because each time you do something, pleasant or unpleasant, and that is one last time. There will come a time when you have done something the final time, and you will rarely know when that is. For instance, I now haven't skied in Yarrow again. Will I ever ski again? I have no idea. But I can assure you, the last time I took off my skis, I was not even dimly aware of the possibility that it might be the last time, right? That I might live for many, many more years, and yet this stood a good chance of being the last time I would ever ski. When is the last time you swam in the ocean? Or went camping? When is the last time you took a walk just to take a walk? As you go about your day today, consider everything you're doing is like this. Everything represents a finite opportunity to savor your life. On some level, everything is precious. And if it doesn't seem that way, I think you'll find that paying more attention can make it seem that way. Attention really is your true source of wealth, even more than time, right? Because you can waste time being distracted. So this is just to urge you to take a little more care. When you meet someone for the first time and you shake their hand, pay a little more attention. When you thank somebody for something, mean it a little more. Connect with your life. And mindfulness is the tool that allows you to do that. Because the only alternative is to be lost in thought. And every time you notice that you're lost, that you're distracted by a thought about the past or the future, and you come back, you are training your mind. And it may feel like an effort at first, but eventually it's like continually waking up from a dream. And ask yourself, how much effort does that take? Many people who are at first skeptical about the benefits of meditation find their skepticism relieved when they hear that meditation changes the brain. And there are areas of the brain that appear to physically change size in response to meditation. Undoubtedly, new connections are made and others are diminished. And in addition to structural changes, there are functional ones. And there does seem to be a more or less linear relationship between changes of this kind and the amount of time a person has spent practicing. Now, this information is interesting, and I will certainly discuss it in other contexts. But the truth is, virtually anything you do changes your brain. The fact that you had breakfast this morning and that you can remember it changed your brain. And of course, learning any complex skill requires that your brain physically alter its structure. That is what learning is at the level of the brain. So saying that meditation changes the brain is not to say that it's special or that it's good for you. Most things that are bad for you also change your brain. Of course, there's a growing literature on the benefits of meditation, but I want to suggest that there's nothing likely to appear in that literature that represents the deepest reason why one should meditate. For instance, there are studies that suggest that meditation improves immune function or reduces stress, or that it's associated with less age-related thinning of the cerebral cortex. Well, having a good immune system and reducing stress and not suffering neurodegeneration are good things in general, but those studies might fail to replicate tomorrow. And should that happen, my recommendations in this course would not change at all. There really are deeper reasons to meditate and to live an examined life in general. Meditation is a skill that opens doors that you might not otherwise know exist. And to say that you should do this because it reduces stress or confers any other ancillary benefit is really to miss the point. Consider an analogy to reading. Is reading good for you? Does it reduce stress? You see what's peculiar about that framing? Given how profound the difference is between being an avid reader and being illiterate, these are strange questions. Just think about it. Does reading reduce stress? It sort of depends on what you read, right? Is it good for you? Well, I think we can all imagine scenarios where it's not good for somebody in any kind of straightforward way. But reading is one of the most important skills our species has ever acquired. Almost everything we care about depends on it. Of course, mindfulness is a very different sort of skill, but it also has sweeping implications. And the other way to think about this is that you are always meditating on something. Your attention is always bound up in something. We largely become what we pay attention to. They're building our minds, building habits, and desires, and worries, and expectations, and prejudices, and insights. And mindfulness is just the ability to notice this process with clarity, and then prioritize what you pay attention to. Why not pay attention to those things that make you a better person? Why not free your attention from all of the trivial things that are clamoring for it? Let's say you pick up your phone to check your email, and at that moment, your 5-year-old daughter starts telling you a story. Now, several things are possible. You could be so lost in your thoughts about your email, and you could find the urge to respond to it so compelling that you don't even notice that your daughter is talking to you. Or you could notice it only to rebuff her in a way that makes her feel terrible. And you might be so entranced that 5 minutes later you wouldn't even recall that this episode occurred. That's how most people live their lives. In fact, that's how most of us live most of our lives, even after we learn to meditate. But the more you train in this practice, the more degrees of freedom you'll find in situations like this. And you can notice, for instance, that your daughter's trying to get your attention, and that giving her your attention is in competition with your following this urge to check your email. And when actual mindfulness comes online, you can feel the urge to check your email as a pattern of energy in the body, and simply let it go. That is, you can actually break the link between the feeling and the behavioral imperative it seems to communicate. It's true that one way to get rid of this feeling is to check your email, but another is to simply let go. And only mindfulness allows you to do the latter. And then you can direct your attention to the 5-year-old who is standing in front of you. And it might be the only story she tells you that day. And you can be aware of this fact in that moment. You can feel the poignancy of that. And in that moment, you can further ingrain this new habit. You can become the kind of person who is fully present in moments like that. And you become that kind of person not just for yourself, by changing your brain. In this case, for your daughter, by changing her brain. And this is just a 30-second slice of life. When you learn to meditate, there are literally hundreds, even thousands, of moments like that throughout the day. These are choice points that wouldn't otherwise exist. These are paths taken and not taken, for good reason. But without free attention, there's no place for good reason to land. And as you grow in mindfulness, you begin to notice the lies you can no longer tell, and you begin to have insights into your true motives in various situations that are sometimes not flattering. But you want these insights all the same, because how else could you become a better person? That is what it is to live an examined life. So, don't meditate just because it's good for you. It's more important than that. When you sit down to meditate, you will find yourself assailed by thoughts. Thoughts about what you need to do later in the day, thoughts about things that worry you, thoughts about things you want or don't want. The moment you attempt to pay attention to your breath or to the sound of the wind in the trees, you will meet your mind. And your mind is the most rambling, chaotic, evil, insulting, insufferable person you will ever meet. Like having some maniac walk through the front door of your house and follow you from room to room and refuse to stop talking. And this happens every day of your life. It is possible to get him to stop talking for brief periods of time. And that can come with greater concentration. It's possible to pay attention to the breath, for instance. and to be so focused on it that thoughts no longer arise. And this can be an extremely pleasant experience when it happens, but it's a temporary experience. Real relief comes when we recognize thoughts for what they are. Mere appearances in consciousness, images, bits of language. The fact that a thought has arisen does not give it a necessary claim upon your life. It need not have any implications, psychological or otherwise. Now, of course, you'll continue to think and to be moved to act by thoughts. But meditation gives you a choice. Do you really want to follow this next thought wherever it leads? There's a story from 2012, I think, but I only recently stumbled on it online, about a woman who was on a tour bus in Iceland. And at one point when the bus stopped near a scenic canyon rest stop, she got off and decided to change her clothes. And when she returned to the bus, nobody recognized her. And when it came time to leave, many people grew concerned that the woman in her original likeness was missing. And they told the driver that an Asian in dark clothes had not yet returned to the bus. And apparently the woman in question didn't recognize his description of herself. And so she too became concerned about the missing traveler. And a search party was quickly formed, and she joined us. And the search apparently went on all day and into the night. And the police were notified, and the Coast Guard was notified too. And they even readied a helicopter for use in the morning. And it wasn't until 3 a.m. that the woman finally realized that she was the missing person. Of course, the search was called off. Now, this is obviously a quite crazy and comical situation, but we're actually in a similar position with respect to our own lives. Because we spend our lives seeking, and the goal of our search is poorly defined. We get inducted into the search by our culture, by the expectations that others place on us, and which we learn to place on ourselves. And we learn that there are things we want out of life, largely because others want them. We want to succeed in various ways, rather than fail. And we need to acquire skills to do this. And we want all the social advantages that come with success. We want others to respect us. Why we want this is never really respected. It goes without saying. It's in crave. Of course, various sources of danger and disappointment seem to lurk everywhere. And however much we succeed, things naturally fall apart. Everything needs to be shored up against the force of events. And the landscape continues to shift. Expectations change. Culture's like a vast tide that keeps sweeping everything out toward a horizon we can't clearly see. I mean, where is all this going? What will life be like in 10 years? And if everything that captures your attention, the things you buy, or wish you could do, how you dress, and all the preferences that you try on, your exercise, your relationship with sleep, your diet. Consider all your efforts to improve these things, or to maintain them, or to reconsider them. And of course, all the while you hope to have whatever fun you can have while making the diet, to entertain yourself socially, or binge watch the latest series on Netflix. It's extremely emotional. It's a matter of attention. It's just one damn thing after the next. And then occasionally something big happens. Somebody close to you dies. And you have a moment to reflect on the whole spectrum of what is otherwise normal. And you might think, what is the point of all this? What am I ever doing, really? Now, I'm not saying the details of life don't matter. It's not that fun doesn't matter, or work, or money, or clothing. There are countless transitory sources of satisfaction. And if we have our priorities straight, these are ranked in a hierarchy of sorts, at least implicitly. And we spend our time and attention in ways that are proportionate to what we actually value. Now, we might be lying to ourselves about what our hierarchy actually is. For instance, I might believe that my kids are the most important thing in the world to me. But if that's true, they should get more of my time and attention than my following college football does. It's against this background of seeking satisfaction.
I remain confident that we will have the functionality for the basic functionality for level 5 autonomy complete this year. I'm absolutely confident that this can be accomplished with the hardware that is in the Teslas today, and simply by making software improvements, we can achieve level 5 autonomy.
I'm extremely confident of achieving full autonomy and releasing it to the Tesla customer base next year.
All right, and now it has us driving on the wrong side of the road, and it disengaged full self-driving. So let's get back on the right side of the road there, shall we?
To me, the robo-taxi business that Tesla solves it makes Tesla a multi-trillion-dollar company.
It is fascinating. I mean, it's just what next is Elon going to do? What next is he going to challenge? You know.
Saab has uniquely been one of the leaders of the grassroots movement of Tesla does zero marketing, literally zero marketing, but they're one of the best-selling cars in the world and in the U.S. because of word of mouth and because of people like Saab sort of spreading the gospel.
I know, like, people have been saying about Tesla is like 5 years, 7 years ahead of competitors. I think it's way more than that.
It's about, I think, a 10 square mile area, or maybe 10 mile by 10 mile. I think it's 10 square miles. 10 square mile area. Of Chandler.
Okay, and all right. Well, no, it's not correcting itself. So it was aiming for the opposite lane again. Don't like that, so I disengage.
Oh, and then you missed that red light, buddy. Not good. I stopped it. I had to hit the brake. Don't go. It's red. Don't go. Told you. See, it does that sometimes. Like, it'll stop at a red light and then be like, I think I'll go.
Okay, we shouldn't aim at this car. This person has done something.
Didn't get it? Wow, this is like not good.
Stop. Stop. Sorry, I couldn't let it go any further. So we need to turn left here, but the van's kind of in our way. So, okay, you're just going to turn into the van or what?
There have been instances where I felt that I was in danger of hitting another vehicle or another vehicle hitting me, and I needed to take over. These are the areas that you need to be vigilant. I cannot stress enough, please, as FSD Beta rolls out to everyone in the larger fleet, please be careful. Please be responsible. Be aware. Don't be looking at your phone. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Watch in all directions. The last thing that we want is something going wrong on FSD Beta.
I cannot say strongly enough that driving the software requires complete attention.
You're having to really pay attention. Like, look, right now my car is kind of weaving around.
Oh God! Once again, squeeze through there. Once again, it just wanted to go right into that car. Wow. Okay. Can you see? Ooh, it was very close to a curb right there. Yeah. Wow. That was. It nearly just crashed my car into a curb, which wouldn't have been very nice, especially to my wallet.
And we expect to be confident enough from our standpoint to say that we think people do not need to touch the wheel, look out of the window, sometime probably around, I don't know, second quarter of next year.
All right, guys, so I previously reported in one of the prior builds that there was a glitch that allowed you to drive hands-free.
Some disturbing new video is taken on a busy freeway in LA and appears to show, as you can see right here, a driver asleep at the wheel. This is crazy, asleep at the wheel of his Tesla. It's raising more safety concerns about the vehicle.
This is the R46. I've seen some people don't like it. I'm here to just learn why and I guess try proving people wrong. I know there's a lot of fair criticism towards the car, stuff like safety, and I know that they will be replaced with the R211 soon, but I just think that they're a cool car and I just want you to think that as well. I'll start with the negative things. They're the oldest cars in the system. They're also 75 feet long instead of the more standard 60. And originally the cars were prone to cracking, which is a huge issue, and I'll talk about that later. Right now, the biggest issue is that these cars are about 50 years old. We know that as something becomes older, it becomes more unreliable, and there's some fear that these cars won't last until 2025 when the R211s take over. Thankfully, the fleet was overhauled in 1990, and it's still getting regular maintenance checks. Another controversy with the R46 subway cars are their lengths. The R44, R46, and R68 cars are all 75 feet long instead of the normal 60. The longer cars means that they can't run everywhere. For instance, they can't run past Broadway Junction on the J and Z lines, and they're also not able to run in the M line because of a curve. There were cracks. In 1977 and 78, cracks were found in many of the R46. It got so bad that most of the R46 had to be pulled out of service until the trucks could be replaced with the ones on the R44. The R46 became known as lemon cars, or defective. Either way, the reliability has greatly improved, and I don't think the cracks are an issue anymore. Now, I've gone over some flaws. Why should you like them? They are fast. Or at least they were fast. It's widely known that the fastest spot in the system is under the 59th Street Bridge on the N, R, and W. And since the N and the W run R46, the R46 must be the fastest train. All joking aside, the R44 does hold the world record for fastest subway car. It was able to reach 87.5 miles an hour on a stretch of the LIRR route. The R44 and R46 were designed to run in the 2nd Avenue subway, but that didn't happen for a while, so it ended up being pointless. And the reason why I said they were the fastest was because a test was done in the 70s, and there's a chance that they got slower. I would say the R46 is by far the smoothest train the MCA owns. I'm curious to hear other opinions on this, but I think that they rock back and forth smoothly, rather than doing all the crazy bouncing that other cars do. They have many armrests, and yes, the R68 has armrests as well, but those are horrible, and I don't like them. So if you add together the armrest, transverse seating, and not terrible paint job and materials, you get a pretty comfortable car. I've also noticed that the R46 resembles the Shoreliner cars on the Metro North. That's not important, I just wanted to point that out. Lastly, I'd like to point out the destination signs. The R46 uses an LCD display on the inside and outside of the train. Compared to the newer R68, I prefer these more. Unlike the R68, these actually tell you the direction the train is going in. They also tell you if the train is running local or express. That was my video on the R46. Overall, I really like the car. I understand it's getting replaced with the R211 because it's way too old now, but it's still really nice. If you'd like to see more videos like this, I'm working on others, but you can also check out my Wordle video. Thank you for watching, have a good day.
In 1988, a waitress who was living in Central Florida had just begun her shift at a local diner when she's standing in the middle of the restaurant and her heart just starts racing like mad. Now, she had not been running around or doing any heavy lifting, so it didn't make any sense, and so kind of startled by what was happening, she turned around and went straight into the bathroom and sat down in the stall, waiting for this sensation to pass. But as she sat there, her heart just continued to beat like mad, and then she began to feel tingling in her feet. And it's at that moment that she realized she was having a heart attack, except she wasn't. Something much, much worse. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button to come ballroom dancing with you, but when you get out on the dance floor, just start stomping all over their feet, but don't acknowledge it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Peggy Carr's life had never been very easy. She was born in 1947 in a very small rural town in Central Florida to parents who were deaf and who had almost no money. So from a young age, Peggy had to go to work. Except the only jobs she could land were either extremely low paying or they were just outright dangerous, like overnight shifts at isolated truck stops on deserted highways where she would waitress there all by herself. But Peggy never complained about her job prospects. Instead, she just took whatever jobs were available because she knew that she and her family needed the money. And whenever she was working in a dangerous environment, she would intentionally put on this very tough exterior to make sure no one attempted to take advantage of her. And despite her small stature, she quickly developed a reputation amongst her coworkers as somebody you did not want to mess with. Peggy didn't take crap from anybody. But while this kind of prickly outer shell protected her from potential predators, it also warded off potential romantic partners that might have been interested in her, but were kind of intimidated when they interacted with her. But eventually, one man would cut through Peggy's defenses, and they would fall in love, and they would get married, and they would have 3 kids together, and everything was great until it wasn't. The marriage would crash and burn, and so by the mid-1980s, Peggy was a mid-30-somethings divorced mother of 3 teenage children who had to work overtime at a local diner just to barely make ends meet. And while she still acted very tough and composed when she was working or when she was out in public, when she was behind closed doors at her home with her kids, they saw the real side of Peggy. And that side was just kind of sad. I mean, life had just been kind of hard on her, and she had tried so hard to provide a safe and happy home for her kids, and she felt like she'd kind of let them down. But her kids, on the other hand, were not bitter towards their mother for the divorce. It just pained them to see her so upset. And so her kids really hoped that one day their mom would meet somebody new, she would fall in love all over again, and maybe that would put a smile back on her face. And in late 1987, that is exactly what happened. That year, Peggy met a man named Perry Ellen Carr. Perry Ellen, who just went by his nickname Pi, was a lot like Peggy. He was a recently divorced single father of 2 teenage children. He didn't take crap from anyone, and like Peggy, he had been kind of forced to start working at a fairly young age. When Peggy met him, he was living with his 2 kids in another tiny Central Floridian rural town called Alturas, and he was the foreman of a local phosphate mining company. Phosphate is a chemical that has a number of industrial and consumer uses. So Peggy and Pi, they start dating, and right away, Peggy's kids notice this huge shift in their mother. I mean, now she's all smiles, she's so happy. It seems like Pi is the knight in shining armor that's come to save the day. And then, just a couple of months later, in April of 1988, Pi and Peggy would get married, much to their children's excitement. And then after the marriage was finalized, Peggy and her 3 kids moved in with Pi and his 2 kids in his home in Alturas, Florida. And for a while, this newly blended family worked out perfectly, even though they were living in a fairly small house. And so all 5 of them were kind of all over each other, but they got along great. It was kind of fun to have so many people in this house all the time. It was kind of crazy and hectic, and overall the house just felt like it was bursting with life. But within a few months of Peggy and her kids moving in with Pi and his kids, Peggy and Pi started to have marital issues. It was like all their early chemistry had just totally vanished, and in its place was nothing. They basically completely resented each other, and everything they did upset the other person. And then, adding fuel to the fire, were rumors that began spreading around this small town where everybody knows each other, that Pi was apparently back together with an ex-girlfriend, and so he was having an affair. And so Pi, he denied these accusations, but Debbie totally believed them. And so their fights got worse and worse and worse, and the more they fought, the more a wedge was kind of driven down the center of this blended family, where Peggy's kids automatically took their mother's side, and Pi's kids automatically took their dad's side. And so from the outside looking in, it seemed plainly obvious that Pi and Peggy's marriage was not going to last. But before their marriage could fall apart, something totally unexpected happened that would link these 2 families together forever. In late October of 1988, so 7 months into Peggy and Pi's now very rocky marriage, Pi suddenly got up one morning and just told Peggy he was leaving for the whole day to go hunting. This was not a planned trip, he just wanted to get away. And at this point, neither of them wanted to spend any time with each other, so Peggy didn't care. She said, "Go ahead, enjoy your trip, I'll see you later." And so Pi, he leaves the house, he gets in his truck, he drives off, and then a little while later, Peggy and her daughter, Sissy, they both get their things together, and they head out and they get in Peggy's car, and they drive into town. Both Peggy and her daughter work at the same diner as waitresses, and they both had a shift that morning. And so they arrive at the diner, they both get out, they go inside, they get their things on, and they begin their shift like normal. But not long into the shift, Peggy was about to walk up to one of her tables when she noticed her heart was racing. And she had not been running around the restaurant, she had not done any heavy lifting. There was no reason for her heart to suddenly be beating at a really fast clip. And so initially, Peggy tried to just ignore it, thinking that her heart would slow down and she would go back to normal. But when her racing heart persisted, she walked away from the table she was waiting on and snuck off into the staff bathroom, and she sat in one of the stalls, she shut the door, and she just sat on the toilet waiting for her heart to stop racing. But as she sat there, not only did her heart only continue to thump like mad, but she started to notice her legs were tingling and so were her arms. Now, Peggy was a no-nonsense person. She was not prone to panicking or overreacting or anything like that. And so as she's sitting there feeling these symptoms, it dawns on her that maybe I'm having a heart attack. And so she decides, okay, I'm gonna deal with this. She stands up, she opens the stall door, she goes to the sink, she washes her hands, she washes her face, she kind of calms herself down, and then she walks out of the bathroom, she goes right into the staff break room, and she tells her daughter, I think I'm having a heart attack, but don't worry, I'm just gonna go home, I'm gonna lay down. If this gets worse, I will go to the hospital. But for right now, I don't really know what it is, but I wanna take it seriously, so I'm gonna leave for the day. And so Sissy is looking at her mom, really concerned. But Sissy knows what her mom is like. Her mom is tough as nails. She is the type of person that's gonna sleep off a heart attack. And so she says to her mom, okay, go home. I'll be sure to check on you as soon as I get back, and please call me if anything changes. And so Peggy, whose heart was still racing and her arms and her legs were still tingling, she told her daughter, everything's gonna be fine. And then she told her manager that she was leaving, and then Peggy slipped out the back door, she got in her car, and she drove back home. When she got there, the house was empty, so she just went inside, she made her way to her bedroom, and she lied down in her bed to try to get some rest. That afternoon, Peggy's son, Dwayne, came home from high school, and when he walked inside, he found his mother laying down in her bed. This was very unusual for Dwayne, because his mother never took naps. In fact, he could not recall a time ever that he saw his mom napping, even when she was sick. And so concerned, he went into her bedroom, and she was facing away from him, and so he kind of jostled her awake, and when his mom rolled over to face him, her face was pale, she was sweating, she obviously had not been sleeping, she was gritting her teeth, and it looked like she was in a lot of pain or some sort of discomfort. He said, Mom, geez, are you okay? And she would say to him, oh, no, I'm fine, I'm just sleeping something off, I got something going on, I think I have a flu or something, I don't know, I took off from work, so I'm just sleeping it off. And so Dwayne, he knows his mom is tough as nails, and if she says she's gonna sleep something off, then she'll be just fine. And so Dwayne said, okay, well, let me know if you need anything. And so Dwayne began to walk away, but his mother would actually flag him back, and she would level with him, and she would tell him that actually something is wrong here. I feel like someone has poured fire down my veins, in my arms and in my legs, and it is excruciatingly painful. And so Dwayne is hearing his mother say this, and he knows his mother is not the type of person to complain or exaggerate or anything. She is just straight no nonsense. And so for her to say this is the most excruciating pain she's ever been in, and she's laying in bed unable to move, he knew this was really serious. And so Dwayne began telling his mom that you gotta go to the hospital. We need to get Pi here to drive you to the hospital, or we need to call an ambulance, but something needs to be done here. But despite the pain she was in, Peggy was still a little bit reserved about it. She thought maybe she could just sleep it off. But as they're having this kind of back and forth about what to do, Pi would return from his hunting trip, he would come in the house, and right away Dwayne would run over to him and would explain to Pi, hey, this is not normal. My mom never, ever acts this way. She never complains. This is really serious. You gotta take her to the hospital. But Pi would actually say, nah, she's fine. I'm sure she just has a fever or maybe the flu. Yeah, she'll sleep it off. But when he walked into the bedroom and he saw his wife looking so horrible and literally squirming in pain, he relented and said, okay, I'll take her to the hospital. And so Pi would have to literally carry Peggy out of the house, put her in his truck, he drove her to the hospital, and then had to carry her into the hospital. And by the time Peggy was under doctor's care at the hospital, she no longer could talk. She was just moaning in agony from this excruciating pain in her limbs, and her heart was still racing, and she was nauseous, and she was vomiting. I mean, she was really spiraling quickly. And so after she's been admitted, the doctors turned to Pi and to Dwayne and to Sissy and to the other family members that had assembled, and they asked them, do you have any idea what could have caused this? And they all said, no, she just suddenly started feeling this way. And so the doctors, who were unable to ask Peggy, she was in such blinding pain she couldn't even talk, they just began running her through a wide-ranging series of tests to try to figure out what was going on. But when these results began coming in, either she was negative for the thing they were testing for, or it just came back that everything was normal. And so they're looking at Peggy, seeing her completely falling apart. None of their tests have revealed anything is wrong with her, and so they're at a loss. They don't know what's wrong with her, and so without a better option, they just put Peggy into a hospital room and begin monitoring her. And sure enough, after being in the hospital for 3 days, Peggy's symptoms would come down. While she wasn't back completely to strength, she was able to speak again, she was able to eat and drink water and move around. She was still very uncomfortable, her heart would still race periodically, and she would get fits of pain in all of her extremities. But overall, she felt like she was really improving. And so after 3 days, she was discharged from the hospital. And so Peggy and her family, they drive back to their home, and initially, everything's okay. It seems like she's on the mend, But within 24 hours, Peggy's heart starts to race again, and before long, her arms and legs feel like they are on fire. Now, Peggy and her family, they know that the doctors don't know what this condition is, and so their immediate reaction was huge concern that Peggy, again, was suffering from this horrible thing. But going to the hospital didn't really feel like the obvious first choice. In fact, the obvious first choice, at least for Peggy, was just to sit at the house and wait it out, the same way she had waited it out at the hospital. But over the next several days, despite laying in bed and resting as much as she could, her symptoms did not get any better. They got worse and worse and worse, to the point where she literally was completely bedridden, and all she could do was just shake and periodically scream into her pillow from all the pain she was experiencing in her extremities. And so finally, on October 30th, which was 10 days from the first day that Peggy felt these strange symptoms when she was at the diner, her family decided, you know what, enough is enough. She obviously is not able to just sleep off whatever this is, and so they called an ambulance, which rushed her to the hospital. And when she got there, the doctors, they remembered her from the week before, so they understood this was a bit of a mystery. But just in case, they ran the exact same battery of tests on her to see if maybe now there was some other indication of what this was. But again, all of the tests came back, and they either came back negative or inconclusive, or just showed that, nothing was wrong with her. The doctors even ran her through some tests for poison, thinking, maybe she accidentally ingested something toxic, and that's what's causing all of this. But those tests as well came back negative. And so totally stumped, the doctors decided the only thing they could do was once again put her in a hospital room and just monitor her. And so that night, Peggy was wheeled into a room, and all night, up and down that hospital wing, people listened to the sound of Peggy screaming at the top of her lungs from the pain she was experiencing. And then the next morning, the whole situation got even worse. Not only for Peggy, who by now was dipping in and out of consciousness, but also for the rest of her family. Because that morning, Peggy's son, Dwayne, and Peggy's stepson, so Pi's son, Travis, they were both admitted to the same hospital for exhibiting the same symptoms as Peggy. Their heart was racing, they were nauseous, they were vomiting, and their arms and legs were starting to tingle. And so the doctors, with nothing else to do, just ran Dwayne and Travis through all the same tests they had put Peggy through, and they all came back negative or they came back normal. However, shortly after Dwayne and Travis had been admitted to the hospital, a neurologist who was looking after Peggy, he noticed something about her condition, and suddenly it was like his medical training from back in college kicked in, and he remembered something very specific that lined up exactly with what he was seeing in Peggy. And he suddenly realized that he knew what was going on. And so he told his colleagues, they ran out and they got this very specialized testing kit that doctors very rarely use. It's only for this one really specific and very rare condition. And they tested Dwayne and Travis and Peggy, and sure enough, the next day the results came back, and all three tested positive for this condition that the neurologist had guessed. And even though there was a cure for this condition, for Peggy, it was too late. Her body had been so completely ravaged that even if they administered the cure, it would not work fast enough to save her life. And so that day, the doctors went to Peggy, who despite being on all these painkillers is still squirming and writhing in pain and screaming into her pillow. They would tell her, you're gonna die. The only thing we can do is try to make you as comfortable as possible, and then try to save your boys. Not long after being told this terrible news, Peggy would slip into a coma, and then 4 months later, on March 3rd, 1989, Peggy's family had to make the heart-wrenching decision to pull her off life support, and then at that point, she passed away. As for her two boys, Dwayne would remain hospitalized for 2 months and would make a full recovery. As for Travis, he would remain hospitalized for 6 months, and while he would recover, he would never walk normally again. Even though the actual medical condition that killed Peggy and nearly killed Dwayne and Travis was completely known at this point. Everybody knew what it was. What nobody could figure out was why this happened. Why in the world did this happen to these people? It made no sense. However, shortly after Peggy's death, that mystery would actually begin to unravel in the most bizarre and totally roundabout way. We've all been there. You're the host for the big summer barbecue, the guests are on their way, and you realize right at that moment as you're pulling it out of the oven that you've overcooked your zebra cornea souffle. With only minutes to spare, you leap headfirst out of your kitchen window, shattering the glass, cutting your body badly. Then you run into the nearby jungle and you tackle a wallaby and you knock a few teeth loose, you grab those teeth, you run back to your house, you die, you die. You dive back into your house head first through a different window, you cut yourself up badly again, you get inside your kitchen and you whip together a wallaby teeth salad just in time as your guests are coming in the door and right before you pass out from blood loss. Crisis averted, right? Wrong. Zebra cornea souffle and wallaby teeth salad, they're not good. But what is good is HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a meal service that delivers actually good taste. actually good. You literally chapter of Mensa and the okay, kid-friendly recipes. Okay, back to the story. There is an international organization called Mensa. That's not an acronym. It's a Latin word that roughly translates to table or mind. And this organization is a highly exclusive society for the ultra-intelligent. You literally have to prove that your IQ, which is an intelligence test, ranks in the top 2% out of everybody in the entire world. And even then, you may not be smart enough to get in. And in the same town that Peggy and Pi had lived, in Alturas, Florida, there was a chapter of Mensa. And the way some of these chapters worked is they would just get together every month and do some sort of intellectually stimulating activity. And in Alturas, that Mensa chapter, what they would do is they would get together at some private location once a month, and they would put on what they called a murder mystery weekend. The members of this chapter would head off to some private location like an inn or a hotel or a cabin or something, and they would all role play a murder investigation. So one or two of the Mensa members would come up with a very elaborate murder and subsequent investigation, and they would assign different fake characters to each of the real Mensa members. And so once they got there, they'd all find out what character they were and what they were responsible for. And then once they got into character, which included dressing up in costumes, they would remain in character until the killer was revealed. And so this activity was meant to be extremely intellectually challenging, but also it was extremely fun. The group loved these murder mystery weekends. And so with that in mind, just a couple of weeks after Peggy had passed away, so this is sometime in April of 1989, a new genius was accepted into the ranks of the Alturas Mensa chapter. Her name was Sherry Gwynn, and she was a middle-aged woman who had recently fled from Texas to Central Florida to get away from her abusive husband, who still lived in Texas. After she was accepted into the Mensa chapter, it became abundantly clear to the members that Sherry was eager to make friends. But not just any friends. She wanted to make friends with two very specific members of the Alturas Mensa chapter, and they were Diana Carr, who had no relationship to Pi Carr or his family, and Diana's husband, whose name was George Trapal. Diana was a very successful orthopedic surgeon who had her own practice in Alturas, Florida, and George was this computer programmer who had more advanced degrees than you could count. And, critically, Diana and George just so happened to live right next door to Peggy and Pi's house. Even though Sherry came on really strong right away to try to become friends with Diana and George, neither of them were fazed. The couple just figured, here's a woman who's living by herself, she's moved to a brand new area, she's run away from an abusive husband, it's no wonder she wants friends, and so she probably just needs some support. And so Diana and George were happy to just become her friend. The same month that Sherry was accepted into the Alturas Mensa chapter, George and Diana happened to be chosen as the people responsible for coming up with the complicated scenario that the group would act out during their murder mystery weekend that month. So George and Diana very diligently sat down and went over how to make the case as complicated as they could, and George took on the responsibility of really focusing on exactly how the victim in their fake scenario would be killed, because he was really trying to make it as difficult as he possibly could, and he was trying to find the perfect murder that would be nearly impossible to solve. And so he came up with this very elaborate murder scene, and then between him and what his wife was creating, they put together this really intense and very complicated scenario that they were both very happy about. And so a couple of days later, it was time to head out for the murder mystery weekend that George and Diana had worked so hard on, and so they went and printed off a whole bunch of those cards that would have all the information about who each of the Mensa members were going to be in this role-playing game, and there was some initial information about the murder that was committed, the so-called perfect crime that George had come up with. And so they printed all those cards out, they grabbed their costumes, they packed their stuff up, they hopped in the car, and they drove to the nearby inn where they met up with the rest of the Mensa members, which included Sherry. And so they get to this inn, everybody checks in, and then afterwards, they all meet up in the lobby where George and Diana hand out their cards that have the information about the role-playing game. And so everybody's reading it and figuring out what they're going to do with their character, and everyone's also looking at this so-called perfect crime that George had come up with, that he was also very proud about, and he was kind of boasting to the audience about how difficult this weekend was going to be. He really came up with the perfect crime. And so as all the members are reading their cards, Sherry would see the murder weapon used in this game, and she would become fascinated with it. And she would make a point of going over to George and asking him lots and lots of questions about how he came up with this particular choice of a murder weapon, and what actually happens when this is used on a person, not just in the game, but in real life. It was like Sherry had become obsessed with this exact form of murder. She was so interested in it. And George, he was immediately aware that Sherry was kind of unnaturally interested in exactly how he had come up with the scheme, but in a way it was kind of flattering for George because he had spent a lot of time constructing it to make it as complicated as he could. And so he indulged Sherry, and he sat there and told her everything about this particular weapon and what it does to the human body, and how you can get it, and what the history of this weapon was. And the whole time Sherry is just totally locked in. I mean, she's really focused on this particular style of murder. And so that murder mystery weekend would eventually come to an end, and all the Mensa members would think it was great, and they would head home. And then over the course of nearly a year after that, Sherry would be a near constant in George and Diana's lives. I mean, she was always around them. She always wanted to meet up with them. She was always talking to them and asking them questions and and calling, and anytime she was with them, she always wanted to be with George. And when she was with George, a lot of times she would bring up that very particular murder method that he had come up with for the murder mystery weekend. And George just continued to think this was just the greatest thing. It was so flattering that she thought he was so smart that he had come up with the perfect crime. And so anytime she wanted to talk about it, he would just indulge her because it made him feel really good. And if George and Diana had seen any red flags in Sherry with her behavior towards them, they certainly didn't show it. They basically were operating under the assumption that Sherry, no matter what, was just this helpless, harmless person who had come to Central Florida, and she was trying to be their friend, and so they should try to be her friend back. But as they would soon find out, they were very, very wrong about Sherry. In December of 1989, so roughly 8 months after George and Diana had first met Sherry, Diana decided she wanted to move her medical practice from Alturas to a neighboring town called Sebring. And the drive from where their house was in Alturas to where her new office was going to be was just far enough that it made sense for George and Diana to relocate to Sebring. And when Sherry discovered that the couple was moving, she immediately called George and said, "Please, let me rent out your house. I don't have a place to stay. I've been staying with friends. I'll pay whatever rent you want." And as it happened, George and Diana had actually talked about keeping the house and renting it out. And so it was actually a pretty easy decision. They trusted Sherry, and so they said, "You know what? That's fine. You can rent out the house for a couple of months, and then we'll decide if this is a long-term solution or not." And within just a couple of hours, Sherry was on Diana and George's doorstep with a sleeping bag and a small bag of toiletries ready to go inside. And so George and Diana, they grabbed the last couple of things they needed, and then as they walked out the front door, they gave their house key to Sherry and told her, "Hey, if you need anything, just give us a call." And then George and Diana, they climbed into their car, and as soon as they had drove off and were out of view, Sherry dropped her things and she kind of looked around, and then she ran inside of the house. And just minutes later, practically the entire Alturas Police Department came crashing through that front door after Sherry. And within an hour, the police department would find something that would not only reveal the true identity of Sherry and her true intentions, but it would also reveal the truth about what happened to Peggy and her family. A couple of days before Peggy first started feeling bad, her heart started racing and her arms and legs began tingling at the diner, a couple of days before that, someone had placed 8 Coca-Cola bottles, so full sodas, glass bottles, inside of Peggy and Pi's kitchen. And they set these 8 drinks kind of tucked away inside of a storage nook. A couple of days later, the family discovered these sodas, but they didn't think anything of it. They figured somebody else in the family had bought them and left them in the kitchen, and so they were fair game. So before long, Peggy and the rest of her family were drinking these Cokes. But Peggy, who was notorious for loving Coca-Cola, drank way more than anybody else. Well, it would turn out all 8 of those Coca-Colas had been tampered with. They all contained a significant dose of the heavy metal called thallium. Thallium is odorless, it's colorless, it's tasteless, and even though there are very small trace amounts that naturally occur inside of our bodies, if there's even a little bit more than that inside of our bloodstream, it becomes lethal. And so when Peggy was admitted to the hospital the second time, around the same time that Dwayne and Travis were also admitted, that neurologist who was looking at Peggy, what he noticed about her condition was that her hair was starting to fall out. And that's when it clicked for him. He had this flashback to his medical training where he was taught about thallium poisoning. And one of the symptoms was hair loss. The other symptom was extreme pain in the extremities. And so the neurologist and his colleagues went and got a thallium test kit, and they tested Dwayne and Travis and Peggy. They all came back positive for thallium poisoning, but the level of thallium inside of them was astronomical. The boys are lucky to have survived. They had 20,000 times the amount that naturally occurs inside of the human body. As for Peggy, she had an astounding 50,000 times the amount that naturally occurs. Way more than was lethal. And so that was why the doctor told her, "There's nothing we can do. Your body is basically already dead. You're just technically still alive right now." And so the rest of the family, besides Dwayne and Travis, would also test for thallium, and they would all, with the exception of one child, have elevated levels of thallium. However, compared to Dwayne, Travis, and Peggy, of course, their conditions were negligible and they would all make full recoveries. And so the doctors realized fairly early on that this family has been poisoned, and so they contacted the police, who launched an investigation. And right away, their primary suspect was Pi. He and Peggy had been fighting extensively before she fell ill. He also had that kind of abrupt hunting trip that lined up with the day Peggy started feeling sick, and so they're thinking, okay, well, did that have something to do with how he planted the thallium? And then also there was the fact that Pi worked at the phosphate mining company and so had access to fairly rare chemicals. However, upon closer inspection, Pi did not have access to thallium specifically. Thallium is incredibly rare and very expensive. And it just seemed odd that he would use thallium to poison and kill his wife, but he would also poison himself and his son, who he adored. It just didn't really add up. And so Pi would get ruled out as a suspect fairly quickly. But during one of his last interrogations, he would give the police something he didn't think was very valuable, but it wound up being very significant. He would say that 3 months before Peggy got sick, their family received a death threat. He opened the mail one day and there was this typed out note that said, "Your family needs to leave Florida in the next 2 weeks or you're all gonna die." But Pi thought it was some stupid teenage prank, and so he didn't think anything of it. And then when 2 weeks went by and they weren't dead, he just kind of forgot about it. And so after the police have ruled Pi out as a suspect, they didn't know where to turn. They had no other suspects. And so they just began focusing on who might have written this note. And that's where Sherry comes in. Sherry Gwynn was not a Texas transplant who had come to Central Florida to run away from her abusive husband. Sherry Gwynn wasn't even her real name. Her real name was Susan Galeck, and she had lived in Central Florida for most of her life. Susan was very smart, but she certainly was not Mensa-level genius smart. And so almost certainly her paperwork that got her in to the Alturas Mensa chapter was forged. Susan also had absolutely no interest in becoming real friends with Diana and George. The only reason she was pretending to be their friends and wanting to be around them all the time is because she was studying them. Because Susan was actually an undercover police officer. She had been sent undercover after the police discovered Diana and George were responsible for that death threat letter that was sent to Peggy and Pi. It would turn out Diana and George hated Peggy, Pi, and their kids. They hated them, they thought they were obnoxious, they were too noisy, they were annoying, and so Diana, who for context was the type of person who would stop people mid-sentence and correct them if they ever referred to her as anything other than Dr. Carr, she had gotten into at least 1 or 2 serious yelling fights with Peggy and with Pi and their kids when she had gone over to tell them to turn their music down and be quiet and do this and do that, and Peggy and Pi, they're not putting up with that, they just told her to get out of here. As for George, he didn't get into any public altercations with Peggy and Pi and their family. George was a very neat and submissive guy, he was very meager, and he was mostly a recluse, but he spent virtually all day peering out the window at Peggy and Pi and their family, studying what they were doing and obsessing over how noisy and obnoxious they were, and as he's seeing his wife getting more and more frustrated with their neighbors, George finally decides he's going to take drastic action. And so that's when George types out that death threat and he sends it across the way, but after Pi reads it, nothing happens, they don't leave Florida within 2 weeks, and so George went to phase 2 of his plan. George had actually spent time in a federal prison in the 1970s for cooking meth, and one of the byproducts of making meth is thallium. So George used his old meth cooking skills, and he whipped up some thallium, and he put lethal doses of thallium in 8 different Coca-Cola bottles, and then after mixing them all up so you couldn't tell there was any chemical inside of them, he used his bottle topping machine to put tops back on top of each of them. George made his own beer, and so that's why he had a topping machine at his house. And so with his 8 deadly drinks all prepared, looking like brand new Coca-Colas, George waited until Peggy and Pi and her family were out of their house, and then he snuck over and he walked into their kitchen and he placed these Coca-Colas right down on the kitchen counter and he slid them into a storage nook, and then he left the house, and that was it. And over the next several weeks, he watched with absolute pleasure as the family got sick and then Peggy died. While George never actually admitted that he had poisoned his neighbors, he did do some things that really tipped off Susan that he had to be the guy. Like, for example, that Mensa mystery murder weekend, the murder method that George had come up with was poisoning. And remember, at that point, Susan has been sent undercover to find out if George and Diana are responsible for poisoning their neighbors. And now George is sitting up there talking about the perfect crime he's come up with, and it's poisoning. And so that was why she had followed up with him really specifically on, wow, what else do you know about poisoning? And how'd you learn about poisoning? And what kind of poisons do you know about? And over the following months, even though Susan never got George to actually admit to her when she was undercover recording him that he was the poisoner, she did completely earn his trust. And she did this by always making sure she was very submissive around him and always made sure to stroke his ego and remind him how smart he was. I mean, George was used to being in a relationship with Diana, who was extremely overbearing and kind of kept him under her thumb. And so Susan kind of allowed George to feel like he was in control for once, and he loved it. And so he completely trusted Susan to the point where when he and Diana were going to move out of Alturas, they were willing to rent their house to Susan. And this is important because the house had not actually been empty. A lot of their things were still in the house, including George's things. And so he just assumed Susan would never go through his things. But as soon as Susan was in that house and she watched George and Diana drive off, she immediately called in backup. The police swarmed the house, they searched it top to bottom, and in the garage they found George's chemistry equipment, and nestled underneath it was a bottle that contained thallium. George would be found guilty of first-degree murder as well as attempted murder on the rest of Peggy's family, and he would be sentenced to death. As of this episode, he is still alive and he is still on death row. As for his wife Diana, who many people believe must have had something to do with the poisoning, or must have at least known it was happening, was never actually charged with anything, and so she would eventually divorce George and move on with her life and remarry. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please invite the like button to come ballroom dancing with you. But when you get out on the dance floor, just start stomping all over their feet and don't acknowledge them. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We now have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and we upload on Mondays and Thursdays. You can find that podcast on YouTube under the name Mr. Ballin Podcast. You can also find it on Spotify, Apple, Amazon, Google, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. We now have a registered 501c3 charitable organization called the Mr. Ballin Foundation, which makes it as easy as possible for you to join me, my wife, my family, my team in supporting those whose lives have been most impacted by violent and heinous crime. Monthly donors to the Mr. Ballin Foundation Honor Them Society will receive free gifts and exclusive invites to live events. But the real reward is helping to create a new ending to the story for victims of violent crime. Go to MrBallin.Foundation and click Get Involved to join the Honor Them Society. We also have 2 additional YouTube channels called Mr. Ballin Shorts and Mr. Ballin and Roll. We also post near daily content on Facebook and Snapchat. Those channels are just called Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username on all platforms is just @Mr. Ballin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. We also have some really cool merchandise, so head on over to shopmrballin.com to have a look. And if you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, other YouTube channels, the podcast, wherever, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See you.
You've got to be joking. I'm sure that's what this British guy must have thought after he woke up in the hospital, because one of his co-workers decked him in the head with a bottle of piss. This guy worked construction. He was helping build a hospital. He was doing a good thing. One of his co-workers was working in a crane all day, and as you can see, these things don't have bathrooms. Say what you will, but this guy was really trying to stay hydrated. But where he messed up is when he took one of the bottles and just threw it out the crane, and it hit one of his co-workers on the neck, like the one vulnerable exposed area. And this guy is completely fine. He's gonna make a full recovery. But bro, dickhead, why are you throwing bottles of piss off the crane? Dude, it's fucking piss. Nobody wants that shit anywhere near them. Okay, and maybe that one alpaca-looking motherfucker might like to bathe in piss, but hey, I'm not judging him. The perfect revenge would be if this guy asked his buddy in the crane to drink one of the bottles of piss that he's been storing in his collection. At this point, that seems completely reasonable. You've got to be...
According to Numbeo.com, the most expensive major city on Earth is... Yeah, you're probably right, it's Zurich, Switzerland. But then you look on Numbeo's list and you realize that it's not just Zurich. Basel, Zug, Lausanne, Bern, and Geneva also share top spots on the list before the next non-Swiss city, Honolulu. Now, 1 Swiss franc is roughly similar to a US dollar or a euro. So in Zurich, a 1-bedroom apartment in the city center costs around 2,000 francs a month, which actually isn't horrible, but drive around the city for about $2.10 per liter of gas and get to the grocery stores where you can spend $3.65 on a kilo of apples, or how about a liter of milk for $1.69. And then if you're on a date at a mid-tier restaurant, well, be prepared to spend $120 for a 3-course meal for 2 people, assuming you didn't get any of those 7-franc beers. But what is the cheapest city with over 1 million people? Well, why don't you check out this short by Mr. Beat, not to be confused with Mr. Beast, to find out the answer. Link in the description and the pinned comment. According to
Cathie Wood. Infamously, her fund's performance took a nosedive in 2022, falling nearly 70% in a period between November and June. But recent developments have seen the ARK Innovation Fund begin a massive comeback, with the flagship ETF up 40% from its recent lows. In her most recent video update, which Cathie calls Resisting Recession, Ms. Woods has some incredible predictions for the upcoming months, and her thesis may surprise everyone. It's a rather honest look at the economy from somebody who stands to lose if bad times are truly ahead. Now, her original upload is over 40 minutes long, but in today's summary, we're just going to go over the few points that I find both rational and likely. We know that after the most recent GDP report, the United States is officially in a recession, unless you ask the White House, of course. But outside of this technicality, it seems like the markets are in this weird, confusing spot. On one hand, the official employment numbers look great. Stocks are back to rallying, and many CEOs reported outstanding numbers in the last earnings round. But on the other side of this story, we have dozens of worrisome developments. Geopolitically, the world is a bit unstable right now. A large disruption in the oil and natural gas markets has seen various European industries disturbed, and with winter approaching, who knows how it all plays out. In the Far East, a massive real estate bubble seems to be finally popping, and here in the United States, massive inflation is pushing rates up at a pace not seen since the early 80s. So many unknowns, so much risk, and yet the markets only fell about 20%, and now they're only down about 10%. Everyone is attempting to predict what comes next. Is this a false rally, or are we headed into deeper water? We know that most bear markets, especially the severe ones, have rallies following the initial plunge that trick investors into thinking everything is fine and on its way back up. Most notably in the 1929 crash. When you read about the crash, you know that the Dow Jones dropped close to 90% from its peak in September of 1929. It would take over 25 years for the markets to recover to pre-crash prices. But what is often overlooked is that following the initial fall, the Dow Jones Industrial Average went on to rebound 48% from mid-November through mid-April of 1930. Nobody at the time was aware that it was the start of the worst economic disaster in American history because of this sucker rally. From there, the Dow Jones declined 80% by the time the bear market hit bottom in 1932. Now, as today's market bounces back up, everyone is afraid of this scenario, and if you listen to Cathie Wood, she's signaling that we're not done with the pain yet. She outlines 3 main points supporting this notion. The first is consumers, which make up the majority of the economy. If you remember earlier this year, Cathie made it a big point that retailers had a massive influx of inventory that they couldn't get rid of without crazy sales, and now, months later, it seems that this problem continues, indicating that consumers aren't spending nor looking to spend despite deep discounts. Take a listen to her explain, but before you do, please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you're enjoying the content thus far. Now back to the clip.
The other reason I think we're in a recession, and we've talked about this, we won't go into it too much, but the inventory buildup that Walmart and Target and Home Depot, Costco, all of them were describing in their April quarters. They do not seem to have gotten them under control if the macro indicators are any indication. We've got on both the wholesale and the retail level, month-to-month increases in the 1.5% to 2% range. Now, if GDP is revised up, and it could even be revised into positive territory because of inventories, that won't take us off of this recession, this thought that we're in a recession, because inventories are piling up because consumers are shutting down.
So now with retailers overflowing with inventory and Michigan's consumer sentiment survey at an all-time low, lower than what it was in 2008, you have to wonder what's really going on out there. Her second point adds to this. We know as far as recession indicators go, one of the most accurate is the yield curve. I've explained this a few times in past videos, but essentially when the curve inverts or when this point goes below this line, you can almost always expect a recession in the coming months. And as you can see in recent weeks, this inversion is becoming severe, giving us a very obvious warning that's hard to push away. Take a listen to just how bearish Cathie has become following this development in the bond markets.
The interest rates are down almost 70 basis points to 2.83%. Meanwhile, short-term interest rates, 2-year treasury yields, they have moved up in lockstep. They're at 3.24. So now we have an inverted yield curve to the tune of 41 basis points. It's just getting more and more inverted. And that's basically the fixed income markets telling the Fed, okay, something's going to give here. It's going to be the economy, which is caving in many ways, or inflation, or both? And we think the answer is both. And we also think, and I'll get into this in a moment, that the surprises are going to be quite significant on the downside when it comes to inflation.
Now, the last point Kathy makes is the stagnation of the housing market. As you may already know, housing makes up around 15 to 18% of GDP, and with reports of slowing sales and price drops, there is concern that this slowdown could add even more pressure to an already poor situation. For example, she points out that Robert Shiller, the man who quite literally helped create one of the most used housing indicators, the infamous Case-Shiller Index, that man is predicting that home prices will drop 10%. He recently went on Yahoo News to discuss this point, pointing out the fact that the futures market is indicating a drop much worse than the commonly accepted opinion of experts.
It's not necessarily a bullish indicator. It looks like we were misplacing our judgment because of that. I like to look at the futures market, which most people don't because it's not a very liquid market. But the Chicago Mercantile Exchange has a futures market in home price index, the Case-Shiller Standard & Poor's home price index, and that's in backwardation now. Prices are expected to fall by something a little over 10% by 2024 or 2025. That's a good estimate. That's the market at the moment.
And with all of that trouble, it's no wonder why many are beginning to think that this is a sucker's rally, yet another head fake by the market before the real pain begins. Who to believe is difficult to decide, as so many competing data sources are indicating both bearish and bullish directions. On top of this, quick developments in Europe or our Fed can easily change the course of this market with one misplaced bomb or misspoken word. The risk has been elevated, and thus far it's brought a temporary end to a 13-year record-breaking bull market. Where it goes from here, nobody knows, but according to Kathy Wood, we should at least be skeptical of this recent rally. As always, thank you guys for watching. Please make sure you hit that like and subscribe button if you enjoyed the content.
Imagine this. You just took Rift Herald and the enemy top tower is at 40% health. Plates are still up and you can easily just drop the Herald to collect your big pile of gold. Would you do it? Of course, right? Well, not exactly. Actually, this question is rarely ever an easy one, and you need a lot more information than what I just gave you in order to make that decision confidently. While Shelly can provide you with plenty of snowballing potential and strong upsides, you need to also consider the downsides that are attached. After all, almost every action in League of Legends has some sort of catch that comes with it. For example, taking an inhibitor. By killing an inhib, you can create super minion waves that will barrel down the lands and create pressure on the enemy's base. However, there are side effects. Those super minion waves will by default kill the waves that you would otherwise be able to farm, making you lose all of the potential gold and experience if you aren't there. On the flip side, your opponents will have a constant income stream funneling in, with super minions being worth even more than cannon minions in terms of experience. This, coupled with the fact that they spawn twice or 3 times as often as cannon minions until later on in the game, means that you might just be creating resources out of thin air for your opponents. Of course, taking the inhibitor is needed to win the game, and it can be extremely difficult for the opposing team to survive the pressure, especially when coupled with something like Baron buff. But if they do, you're not in a better position when compared to before you took it. Your opponents will be higher leveled, have just gotten more gold than you, and your life is going to be much harder. Basically, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And Rift Herald is a prime example of something that seems beneficial, but can completely throw your games without you even realizing it. Today we're going to explore this and tell you why Rift Herald is losing you games. But as a quick reminder, this guide comes from the #1 place to actually improve guide stream is definitely necessarily serves out after. Kane drops the Rift Herald top and uses it to help dive the Poppy. On the surface, this of course looks like an extremely positive play, but let's consider the following. When you take the enemy tower, it allows them to farm and catch back up in an extremely safe and easy to access place. This footage is from a coaching session I was doing live with a Fiora player, and she started losing the 1v1s in a hard lane after getting ganked. Losing all of the tower plating and the tower itself to Teemo doesn't seem all that great, but listen into what I told him here. Okay, just freeze this. You can even look to move to help your jungler here, but there's no reason to contest camps here.
He's not even going.
Yeah, just let Teemo lose all this farm forever and just focus on getting as much CS as you can here. This is how you honestly start coming back in the game, because Teemo's gonna just not CS ever now. This wave is terrible. Yeah, you just can't farm ever. Once this wave dies, or your wave dies, just kite this and pull it up and freeze.
Yes,
so like tank the
just
aggro.
tank the damage.
Yeah. Over the next minute and a half, Teemo doesn't get to farm anything. Because if Fiora knew to freeze this wave here, he would have to significantly overextend in order to gain access to his usual source of gold and experience. Without a tower to make the wave bounce back, he's essentially just starved himself out of the game, unless he can keep the pressure up and use it to snowball somewhere else. And when was the last time Teemo farmed anything on the map?
It's been like a minute and a half maybe.
Yeah. Of course, the reason why Teemo can't come here is because his team doesn't have the required vision or pressure around mid lane to support it. The second he does show up, Kayn is easily able to rotate over and pick off the free kill. Watch as Fiora's entire team is able to easily move through river to cut off any of the backup that could be sent and also stop Bard's escape. When I first told him to freeze, he was down 25 CS and a level. It's 1450 in the game and Teemo currently has 88 farmed. Fiora was down significantly, but if we look ahead 3 minutes, Teemo has only gained 5 CS, while Fiora has now completely caught up and is even in farm and level. Teemo went from winning and gaining tower plates and gold continuously to a complete dry spell, and Fiora ends up turning this game around to eventually outlevel Teemo by 4 levels at the end of the game. So in Kayn's case, what do you think happened? This Rift Herald does end up crashing onto the tier 2 tower, but watch the wave. Poppy occasionally comes to farm here and there, and without even having the knowledge that she could freeze this permanently, when does the enemy top laner even ever come to farm this? Or for that matter, when does anyone on the enemy team even have access to this in order to get the resources? Well, just about a whole 3 minutes later goes by and someone finally comes top to catch the wave. If we look at the average amount of gold per minion wave around 15 minutes, we can math out just how many resources an enemy laner can stand to lose in those 3 minutes. Let's simplify the math here so my poor brain doesn't have to think that hard, and say that minion waves on average at 15 minutes are about 150 gold. Minion waves spawn every 30 seconds, so 150 times 6 is 900 gold, or 3 kills worth. That isn't even factoring in the more important thing, which is the experience, and when a level is worth around 600 gold in stats alone, bump that number up quite a significant amount, closer to around 6 kills if you miss out on a level and a half. Poppy went from being down a level to up 1 on her opponents, and her team went on to easily close out this game. If we pull up the scoreboard, first take note at how much Udyr struggled even after being up 1500 gold in the early game. Now, let's look at a huge reason why Poppy's team was successful, their mid laner having by far the most farm out of anyone in the game. Mid tier 1 still being up at 20 minutes is a control mage's dream, and it means he's easily able to access CS that he would normally have to struggle to get safely. By the nature of using a limited resource, placing Rift Herald top means that it couldn't be used mid, and if this tower had been down instead of top, Victor would not have the amount of CS that he has. Control mages by definition are immobile, and tend to walk up to waves and kill them extremely quickly with just a few abilities. One of the only ways to stop them from farming is by making it difficult for them to access the wave in the first place. Without a tower, being where Victor is now is scary. You're a completely immobile champion that's prone to flanks, so you need a lot of vision to feel safe in a lane that's surrounded by fog of war. When you can be ganked from either side and have to worry about constant flanks, you might not be able to get farm, just due to the fact that it's very difficult to ward everything that you need to. It's not uncommon to be punished from angles like this. We just learned how punishing it can be to miss out on a few minutes of farm and experience, and it can completely warp how this game would have gone if the Herald had been used in a different place, and Victor wouldn't have gotten the resources that he did to carry. In addition, not all towers are created equal, which changes the value of rifting them. Let's compare mid tower to bot tower, for example. When you break mid, minions will be able to be pushed up to the tier 2 tower. This opens up jungle entrances and makes it easier for that team to navigate their opponent's jungle. In the case of mid, it's an extremely high traffic area that you can cut off. Your opponents won't be able to move through and flank you if you're in their jungle like they would normally if they still had their tower. Minions will alert you of their presence, and you'd have ample time to react if you saw them at their tier 2 trying to do a similar maneuver. Oh yeah, it also works for the other side too because mid is connected to both sides of the map. You do get twice the value out of mid tower by having it be down. If we look at bot, it's much harder to flank, even with the tower up. The terrain doesn't lend itself as well to preventing your opponents from escaping because they can always run out towards mid. So you get way less value out of having the bot tower down because preventing this route isn't nearly as impactful as preventing your opponents from using mid lane. On top of this, there's that freezing problem we've already seen in this guide. By taking a tower, it does make it harder for you to get the farm afterwards. You have to overextend to reach it, and it takes longer to bounce back to you. However, mid is a much shorter lane than top or bottom by comparison. It's very difficult to freeze for long periods of time because you never have to overextend as far in mid to farm. This means it's easier for both sides to access, and a large downside of taking top or bot tower is alleviated in mid just by the lane being shorter. This doesn't mean that rifting a side lane is never correct. While bot lanes can and definitely do freeze their lanes after towers fall, we have to remember a big distinction between bot and top, a support. Having an extra person freed up to be capable of lane swapping and moving around the map to break other towers means that you're way more likely to be able to punish that ADC freezing bottom by wrecking their other structures around the map and taking other objectives. Ultimately, the follow-up to what happens after the rift is what matters. If your support now has the ability to get vision all across the map due to not having to lane anymore, and can participate in fights without worrying about their ADC getting dove, you're going to start winning everywhere else, which offsets the negative of having their ADC get easy farm. The main rule of thumb is that Rift Herald needs to open up a play that wasn't possible before, not speed up an existing one. Using Rift at the 1340 mark right before plates go down will get you extra gold before it goes away forever, and this would count as creating a new play. But I see plenty of times that Rift gets dropped as an afterthought. In this game, Lee Sin takes a fight at 1530, just a minute after plates have gone down. His team wins, and then right after he drops Herald and heads to Dragon, but this is not a great use of the Rift here. There's no plates, and this doesn't even net him any immediate gold to help snowball with. Something like making progress on breaking mid tower would be much more beneficial in terms of map control. After all, it's better in general, and Dragon is going down, so bot side control is going to be extra useless for roughly 5 minutes until the next Dragon is coming up. Or he could even use it top to get some extra gold by killing the tower. He has 2 more minutes that he can still drop Rift, and oftentimes the pressure of holding onto it can allow you to make some incredibly strong counterplays. You don't even need to break a tower completely for it to be a good use. Take this Lilia game for example. She does just secure Rift and then runs mid to use it right away, but it's because there are 4 members of the enemy team bottom that she does so. This secures 3 plates that normally wouldn't be gotten and also forces her opponents to react to her, even though she didn't get the whole tower. If she hadn't used this, Swain and Volley wouldn't need to be mid to defend, and could look to take the entire bottom tower after the fight as their reward. The Rift in this case created a new play, and she even could have kept going had her opponent stayed bot. Leaving towers up and just using the Rift primarily for gold can open up plays too. Take for example this game. I Rift early here knowing that the tower will survive the hit, but it's actually a good thing that it does. Now, if Tryndamere were to respect the dive and back off, Gangplank could let this tower kill the wave and have it start pushing back to him. But because Tryndamere doesn't want to give up these minions, he's going to stay and try to farm here, making him wide open to a dive. Towers can serve as minions and experience denial, and prolonging their life can be an extremely strong tool. When you're really far ahead in the lane, you can threaten to dive pretty much every time the wave crashes, just like you saw here. Without the tower there though, there's no longer a catch-22. A laner would be able to survive by cowering under their 2-2, but they wouldn't be getting experience in gold, and the tower taking longer to kill would only prolong the amount of resources that they will miss. Additionally, if a lane is winning extremely hard, they're likely to be able to take the plates in tower without any additional help anyways, meaning that you don't need to rift in order to get that gold, and can instead use it somewhere else that wouldn't have access to it normally. The only reason I used it top here is because my Gangplank wasn't actually doing particularly well in the lane, and I didn't mind the idea of breaking him out of it. But like we've seen earlier, it can be game losing to end a laning phase prematurely, and isn't a decision that should be made lightly. The best case is using it to end the laning phase where your laner needs to roam in order to either continue pushing their lead more, or just survive. But if you're able to extend your lead by having the laning phase continue, sometimes it's best to just use it for gold, or for some sort of vision advantage somewhere else. Ideally, you could even get multiple towers at once, which is where Rift Herald can really shine. But hopefully this guide has made it apparent that we all need to put a little more thought into when and where we crush that little purple orb. Alright, before we wrap this up, let's tell you a little more about Skill Cap. We offer a 5-division rank up guarantee and think that's a pretty crazy thing to offer.